Recording in progress.
Mayor and council, we are live.
Okay, welcome everyone to the October 20th, 2025 meeting of the Pasadena City Council and the successor agency to the community, the Pasadena Development Committee. The first order is
Councilmember Cole,
Present.
Councilmember Hampton,
Blessed and honored to be here.
Councilmember Jones,
Here.
Councilmember Lyon,
Here.
Councilmember Madison,
Here.
Councilmember Masuda,
Here.
Vice Mayor Rivas,
Here.
Mayor Gordo.
here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Okay, will you lead us in the pledge?
Please stand.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the council did meet in closed session, did not discuss item A. We did not discuss item A or C, and did discuss item B, but there is no reportable action at this time. And we will start with
Ceremony.
a ceremonial matter. Today, I'm asking the council, and I believe Mr. Madison is also, to adjourn in memory of our friend and longtime Pasadena resident, civic leader, and educator, Dr. Diane Philibosian, who passed in recent days. Many of you knew and know of Diane and her history of achievement and contributions to Pasadena. A longtime Pasadena resident, she was a distinguished educator, civic leader, and lifelong advocate for children and well-being of our community. A proud alumna of the University of the Pacific of Southern Illinois, University at Carbondale. She broke barriers as the first woman to chair the University of the Pacific's Board of Regents and dedicated over 4 decades to public service and higher education at California State University, Northridge. Diane served on the city's Pasadena Center Operating Company from 2013 to 2027 and served on a variety of boards over the years, including the Pasadena Playhouse, Caltech Children's Center, the PCC Foundation, Mothers Club, and the Arroyo Seco Foundation are just a few. Her legacy lives on through the countless students she mentored, the institutions she strengthened, and the lives she touched with the grace, vision, and compassion that we all knew her for. We extend our deepest condolences to another great Pasadena resident who also contributes greatly through his time and certainly through his support of Diane, her husband, Tom Seifert, and all who mourn her passing. Let this adjournment honor Diane's enduring commitment to education, equity, and service, and may her memory continue to inspire all who knew her. I had the great honor and privilege of being one of those people who was mentored by Diane in my early 20s when I was looking for a way to contribute. And then as a council member in my 30s and 40s, and then as mayor now, she was always someone that I could count on to be supportive and to help educate me and mentor me. So I very much feel her loss. Mr. Madison?
Mayor, thank you. I think you've said it very eloquently here this evening and also in your very thoughtful eulogy in Pasadena Now last week. I would just add that I too was one who benefited far more from my relationship with Diane than she did from me, I'm sure. And Pasadena's really a little bit worse off without Diane Filibosian. And in particular, one example that she was just messianic about was the education and development of the young child, which I think we've all now come to see is so important. And I think it'd be not an overstatement to say that our city wouldn't have a policy on the importance of young childhood education and development without Diane Filibosian. So I join you in the request.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. And I know she lived in your district, and you had the benefit of calling her a neighbor as well. Mr. Hampton?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to both of you all for recognizing Diane. She was an amazing individual. I think of her all the time. Even before her passing, I would reach out just via text and just say hello because I served with her at the PCOC. She was an amazing leader over there. She was not just a commissioner. She was the chair of the PCOC prior to me being on the PCOC. And when I first got elected, she was one of the first people that reached out to me as a community member to just want to meet me and talk. But I think one of the most telling things, outside of her work with the Office of the Young Child, but it was all the people that she had met and as a professor had taught along the way, especially those that I met, always spoke extremely highly of her and her ability to bring out the best in everyone. And so I'm very grateful to have known her and also to I believe energy never dies, and I think that her energy is still here and will always be with me, and I will always remember the conversations that I had with her. So it's only right that this council recognizes such an amazing individual in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Cole?
Thank you. I'll be brief, but my relationship with both Diane and her husband, Tom Seifert, go back decades. They actually bought the home across the street from the home I grew up in on Caponero in the San Rafael Hills. And like Mr. Madison and you and Mr. Hampton, she leaves her mark on the city in a way that will reverberate for generations because she was a lifelong educator and she was a leader in mobilizing forces around improving education, especially for the young child.
Thank you. And, we can, I'd just like to let you all know, about a week or maybe a number of days before she passed, Vanya and I went to see her, and she was, talking about her favorite subject, Pasadena and Pasadena kids. And so, right to the very end, she was concerned for the future of our city, our kids. So thank you all. We will adjourn in our friend, Dr. Diane L. Filibosian's memory. And understand, as Mr. Hampton and Mr. Cole have eloquently stated, Mr. Madison, that, recognize that her contributions and her energy remains with us. Okay, thank you. Next, we'll turn to public comment for matters not on the agenda. We do have important items, and so including comments for matters not on the agenda. So we want to be fair to everyone. Our practice is to give a minute and a half and try and get everyone who submitted a card an opportunity to address the council for matters not on the agenda before we proceed with the agenda. If you'd like more time than that, then you can waive your time at the beginning of the meeting and stay for public comment for matters not on the agenda after we complete the business of the city. Okay, with that, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Avram Gold, followed by Theodore Smith, then Lisa Mathia, then Lucinda Wills. If you hear your name, please line up in the middle,
Avram,
and I will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left on your time.
Good to see you.
Go ahead, Mr. Gold.
Hello, Council. I haven't stood before this dais since 2019, when I represented the West Pasadena Residents Association, arguing for or against land use initiatives. But now we are submerged in a sea of nationwide threats against our liberties and targeted funding cancellations that personally affect us every day. So I'm here to tell you all, sitting opposite me tonight, everyone I personally know who lives within your city council's jurisdictions and even beyond it, supports your public promise to embrace the diverse community we are, while protecting and serving all of us. We are thankful to live in Pasadena as we continue to evolve into an even better version of the Pasadena way. Our gratitude especially goes to Mayor Gordo, who publicly demonstrated personal acts of kindness for an arrested immigrant confined inside a detention center, and also to Rick Cole, who, along with Mayor Gordo, spoke at Saturday's No King rally. Finally, to this city council and Pasadena's entire staff and police force, your attention to this dire matter and your actions that hold us together are not taken for granted or ever will be. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Avram. Very.
Theodore Smith, the timer has stopped working.
Good evening, everyone. Ted Smith, Theodore Smith. From my talk tonight will be brief. It'll be on LA Found promotional script from the LA County. And that's good evening to Mayor Gordo, Councilmember Hampton, Councilmember Cole, Councilmember Jones, Councilmember Masuda, Vice Mayor Rivas, and Councilmember Madison, which is not in the audience, but good evening to them. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before the about the LA Found. It's a life-saving program that helps locate individuals and Alzheimer, dementia, autisms, and cognitive impaired who are wandering and becomes lost. Through a simple wristwatch, tracking bracelets, and connecting through the county sheriff's department, tracking the technology and presenting what is available for us. Families and caregivers can quickly unite with their loved ones, often within minutes rather than hours or days. LA Found began in Los Angeles County initiative, but it is successfully depend on your local city and partnerships. I'd like to encourage Pasadena to employ familiarity with the participation in this program. Our residents, especially older adults and those with disabilities, can benefit from the same protective availability across the county. This is not just a technology, it's a peace of mind. Thank you very much. I want to make sure that we're aware of that this is something that they're doing in the county. Would like to see it in Pasadena.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Lisa Mathia and Lucinda Wills, then Michael Warner, then Ronald Matthews. The timer is stuck, and maybe it'll reset.
The light
is stuck, so I will still ring a bell with 30 seconds left. Please go ahead.
Listen for the bell.
Thanks. Mayor and City Council members, my name is Lisa Mathia. I'm a resident of District 1 and a member of Pasadena Mennonite Church. I'm here to ask that the council pass a resolution that investment in companies complicit in the genocide in Gaza violates the ethical investment policy of the city, and that the FPRS board should make a good faith effort to divest from such companies as Boeing, Chevron, Caterpillar, and others. The current ceasefire began on October 10th. Hostages were released as part of that ceasefire agreement, yet since the start of the ceasefire, Israel has continued bombing Palestinians, killing at least 97 people. We have a dear friend who's been showing up here week after week with us who lost 11 family members on Saturday, more than half of whom were children just trying to return to their homes. It makes it painfully clear the genocide in Gaza was never truly about the hostages, and the United States has been complicit in this ongoing, devastating, and illegal action. By our silence or inaction, we are all complicit. So how do we separate ourselves from this grave injustice? By choosing to support what is right, by standing for justice even when it's difficult. I urge you to take meaningful action by passing a resolution that investment in companies complicit violates the ethical investment policy of the city, and that the FPRS board should make a good faith effort to divest from such companies. This is one way our city can stand on the right side of history. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucinda Wills, followed by Michael Warner, then Ronald Matthews, then Jennifer Vaughn.
Ma'am, welcome.
Our colleague and sister Hidab Tarifi is not here today, but we want to inform you that she is mourning yet another atrocity committed by the Israeli terrorist forces, the ITF, against members of her family in Gaza. This time a massacre, even reported by complicit mainstream media. Last Friday evening, and in spite of the so-called and fragile ceasefire, the ITF fired a tank shell at a civilian vehicle and killed 11 members of the Abu Shaban family, of which 7 were children and 3 women. They were on their way to find out if their home in the Zaytun neighborhood was still standing or not. On the way, they unknowingly crossed the arbitrary and unmarked yellow line behind which the ITF was supposed to retreat according to the terms of the ceasefire. No warning or sign of where the line was drawn. Just innocent residents bombed and obliterated. Imagine if a family from Pasadena tried to go to inspect the ruins of their house after the fire, but their car was blown up with them in it because they could not, before they could get there. There is no human or legal justification for that. Finally, I would like to remind you that we cannot and will not put up with any more of our hard-earned tax dollars going to support the illegal occupation of Palestine and the genocide of its people. Our elected officials should answer to us who elected them, not any foreign lobby or selfish interests. Again, we call on the City Council to pass a comprehensive ethical investment policy and to instruct the FPRS board to divest from corporations complicit in the genocide. We would appreciate a moment of silence in remembrance of these and all murdered innocents in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Warner, followed by Ronald Matthews, then Jennifer Vaughn, then Michael Flynn.
Mike, welcome.
Hi, Mayor, City Manager, council members, Mark. Thank you. I just wanted to remind you primarily that I am one of the few people in Pasadena that has traveled to all 6 of our sister cities. Most of them more than once. Senegal, unfortunately, I only made once, but it's up to the mayor. Rick Cole, when he was mayor, established our friendship relationship with Kaskabi. Mayor Bogard established our friendship relationship with Paju, South Korea. But it's up to the mayor how many friendship relationships he wishes to establish. It's not up to the council, it's not up to the city, it's not up to anyone but the mayor to establish those friendship relationships. And Pasadena is open to other friendship relationships, but if the mayor wants to talk to Rick Cole about what he did went back when, you know, it's a good opportunity since you're both here together. But just a reminder that I traveled on my own expense, not on stolen money, when I traveled to our sister cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ronald Matthews, followed by Jennifer Vaughn, then Michael Flynn.
And Mike, I have established friendship cities, I think at your urging.
And Zaina Al-Tubal.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is in regard to the Central Library seismic retrofit. My name is Ronald Matthews, CEO of Arcam Construction and Local Hiring Coordinator. I want to reaffirm the importance of the city and PCL's public comment to hire locally and request an update on progress under the Pasadena Contracting Ordinance. This project represents one of the most high-profile publicly funded investments in Pasadena history. It should stand as a model for inclusion, accountability, and measurable community benefit. Pasadena residents and Pasadena-based businesses deserve to share in economic opportunities created not only through the library's restoration, but through meaningful employment and contracting participation at every phase of construction. Under the city's contracting ordinance, Pasadena has both the authority and the responsibility to set and enforce local hiring and contracting goals on publicly funded projects. Clear participation targets and regular progress reports are vital to ensure transparency and demonstrate the city's ongoing commitment to equitable economic growth. I respectfully ask the council to direct staff to provide a current update identifying the number of Pasadena residents employed and local contractors and vendors engaged and the steps being taken to uphold compliance with participation goals. Transparent reporting at this stage will build public confidence and confirm that this landmark project truly reflects Pasadena's values, advancing opportunity, equity, and community inclusion through its public works project. Thank you for your leadership and continued commitment to ensure that local
Thank you.
workers and businesses remain
Thank you,
central
Mr.
to
Mayor.
Pasadena's project.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Ron.
Jennifer Vaughn, followed
see
by
you.
Michael Flynn, followed by Xenia Altubal, and then Vincent DeStefano.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, members of the council. Abdullah of Gaza City lost his entire family. He lost 3 of his 5 children. They are still displaced and unable to return to the city. Their future remains uncertain. The war destroyed everything, and the genocide is ongoing. And Gaza was bombed on a daily basis. And now even the simplest needs like food have become a struggle for the family and their extended family members. Fatima of the outskirts of Gaza City, they lost everything also. She had 4 children and 3 of her children were killed in a shelling by the Israeli military. And it's a struggle just to get food. They're living out of a tent. And it's a daily struggle. And they lack the basic human rights that people in other countries get. Israel has killed so many innocent children over there. It's a crime against humanity and it's an ongoing injustice. So we just ask you to agendize the resolution submitted by Tyrone Hampton. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Flynn, followed by Xenia Altubal.
Sir, welcome.
Good evening. On July 29th, 2024, an Israeli Merkava tank murdered the family of Hind Rajab, a 5-year-old Palestinian girl, while they were fleeing West Gaza City, trapping Hind within a car. For 3 hours, the Palestinian Red Crescent tried to calm a wounded and terrified Hind over the phone as they contacted the IDF to get permission to send an ambulance, permission they received at 5:40 p.m. The ambulance reached the site at 6 p.m. when a loud explosion was heard through the ambulance radio. 2 weeks later, the bodies of Hind Rajab, her family, and 2 paramedics were recovered alongside an ambulance with a log-sized hole going completely through it and remnants of a tank shell. This is how Israel has conducted itself during this genocide, the targeted killing of civilians, first responders, and children. Many Israeli politicians approve of conducting the war in this way, not just Benjamin Netanyahu. Will there ever be accountability, or will the American political class continue to cover for Israeli officials guilty of war crimes? One Israeli official in particular was cited by the International Court of Justice saying he disagreed with rhetoric about civilians not being involved in October 7th. He said that the entire Palestinian nation was guilty. That man was Isaac Herzog, who was visited this summer by 2 members of this council, Steve Madison and Jason Lyon. In the midst of an act of genocide, you went to Israel to shake his blood-soaked hand.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Well, his hand has stained you forever.
Sir.
You are not
Sir.
our allies.
Sir.
You are on the side of the
Sir.
Israeli.
Xenia Altubal, followed by Vincent DeStefano, then Patricia, then Chelsea Landeris.
Ma'am, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for saying my name correctly. I appreciate it. Arabic names are hard to pronounce, and I appreciate it. A few months ago, I received a message from someone who has now become my friend. Radwan was once a man working to become an engineer, and he was an avid gym bro, as we say here in the United States. Now Radwan is a man with one leg, on the verge of losing the other. He spends his time not making use of his bachelor's degree in engineering, but soliciting donations to pay for his mother's diabetes medications, the prices of which have skyrocketed due to the lack of any resources in Gaza. Radwan has said to me that he doesn't care if he dies. He just can't bear to lose his mother. He cannot bear to not take care of her. He and I have shared our opinions on supposed ceasefires and hope for Palestine. When I asked him on Sunday what was going on, he replied, "Hi, Zaina, just bombing and death here." Thank you.
Thank you.
Vincent DeStefano, followed by Patricia.
Welcome.
Good evening, City Council. I'm a lifelong Pasadena resident, and I know many of you who sit on this body. Some of you our lifelong friends for more than 6 decades. But I come in shame tonight for my city and my city council. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, for those of you who don't know, was a Lutheran theologian who was murdered by Hitler's forces for speaking out in defense of Jews. He said, "Silence in the face of evil. Not to speak is to speak, not to act is to act." And I call on you all tonight to act on behalf of a people who are being exterminated as well, the people of Palestine, and divest every nickel that makes us all, as Pasadena citizens, complicit in the genocide that is taking place. History will judge us harshly if we do not, and I call on you respectfully, demand that you divest every penny that supports genocide. Thank you.
Patricia, followed by Chelsea Landeros-Guillen, and then Anar Salitz, and then Millie R.
Good evening. My name is Patricia, and I'm a Palestinian. I'm also the daughter of a 1948 Nakba survivor. Not a day goes by that I don't think about Gaza. Mostly I think about the children. I carry with me their stories and their pictures. I had trouble deciding which one would I tell you today. I think you should know about one of the most tragic stories about a little girl named Hind Rajab. I know someone already mentioned her, but Hind was killed in January of 2024 after Israeli tanks opened fire on the car that she was fleeing with 6 of her family members. Her car was struck with 355 tank bullets. The strike killed everyone in the car except Hind, who survived the initial attack and made a desperate call to the Palestinian Red Crescent, pleading for someone to rescue her. She cried, "I am so scared. Please come and get me. Please, will you come?" She could also see the tanks inching closer and closer. When the paramedics arrived, they were killed by the IDF, along with little Hind. Hind was just 5 years old. She represents the 20,000 children that have been killed in Gaza, whose stories go untold. I'm here to remind you that they're not just numbers, that they had names and family members who loved them. Today, we will unravel the banner of the names of the martyred children in Gaza that you see behind me. We will say a short prayer and take a moment of silence. And I want you to know that this banner was created in 2024, and the number of children has doubled.
We want to be respectful to everyone.
Thank you. But
Chelsea,
please know
Thank you.
this is twice
Thank
as
you,
long
ma'am.
now.
Thank you.
Chelsea Landeros-Guillen, followed by Anar Salitz, and then Millie R. is
Ma'am, welcome.
participating virtually.
I'm Chelsea. Thank you, Council. Good evening. I actually just want to follow Patricia with a prayer. Dear God of justice, life, and liberation, we lift before you the people of Gaza, the families, the children, and all who have suffered immensely since the attack on October 7th of 2023, and way before that. Hear the cries of the Palestinian people. You see every loss, every fear, every broken home, and every name that has been lost. We bring peace where there is destruction, bring safety where there is chaos, bring healing where hearts have grown weary. Bring a true ceasefire, God. We ask that the leaders and the nations and those in the city council act with compassion and courage. May your justice roll down like waters across this land that so desperately needs it, and Gaza, and the ceasefire would hold now. God, remind us that peace is not passive, it is holy work. In your name we pray, amen.
Thank you, ma'am.
Millie R. virtually. That's not it.
Millie?
Not yet. There she is. Go ahead.
Welcome, ma'am.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I am calling to, as a lifelong Pasadena resident, I'm also calling for your divestment in Israel in all forms, in our taxes and in the businesses that take place here in Pasadena. And I would like to just relinquish the rest of my time for a moment of silence for the names that are on the banner in the council room.
Thank you.
Thank you. That completes public comment.
Yes, that completes public comment.
Thank you.
Matters not on the agenda.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience and your comments. Next.
Mayor, could I inquire, please? Councilmember Cole, I believe, sits on the Police and Fire Retirement Board, and I believe the matter was agendized last week for a discussion about agendizing it, and I wonder if we could get a report about that.
Why don't we do that? Is at the end of the meeting? Why don't we do that at the end of the meeting? Under council member reports.
Okay, there's been significant public comment on this, so I just was curious, yes or no, whether it was agendized.
Mr. Cole,
I'm prepared to respond.
Okay, let's
I respect the
Let's just do it now while the public is here. Okay. This will be under council member comments.
There are 5 members of the Fire and Police Pension Board. I represent the city council appointed by our mayor. I had asked that it be agendized, and so had the mayor.
I asked them to consider, the board to consider it.
To put it on the agenda.
To put it on the agenda for consideration.
And when it was first broached, the chair made clear his adamant opposition to even considering the matter. And so at the next meeting, the next regular meeting, when there were only 3 members of the board present, it was clear that an effort to put it even on the agenda for discussion would fail for lack of majority support. So I made a motion to table it to our next meeting when it can be considered by the entire board and we can have a vote on agendizing it. I feel very strongly that it should be agendized, and I made that clear to the chair. We are partners with our retirees. The city has contributed the vast portion of the $105 million that is invested to the rightful benefits earned by the fire and police retirees. And I believe it's a matter of respect that the Fire and Police Board take this up on the request of the City Council and its representative.
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Mayor, I apologize. I didn't want to prolong. What's the date for the new?
I'm sorry, Mr. Madison, we missed that. Go ahead.
I apologize. I didn't want to prolong the discussion, but just it sounds like it's now going to be on a future date. Do we know the date?
It'll be at the November, it was tabled to the November regular meeting. Offhand, I don't know the date, but we could figure that out pretty quickly.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
I also asked that it be agendized at a special meeting because the board normally meets at 10:15 in the morning, which is not particularly convenient for members of the public to participate. And that will be my request when we take this matter up in November.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. And if you're going to be exiting the room, please do so and allow the council to continue its business.
I have 2 items I'd like to pull, or one being entering in number 1 and number 3.
Okay.
And Mayor, I'd like to recuse myself from item 6, abundance of caution. I have owned property within 500 feet of the North Lake Specific Plan. Sorry, item 6C.
6C?
Right.
Okay, so let's hold 1, 3, and 6. And is there a sweep motion on the remainder of the consent calendar? Excuse me. 6C.
6C. So it's 1, 3, and 6C that are being held for.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Anyone?
So move.
Sorry, what was the motion on?
It was
On-
1,
on the
3,
balance.
1, 3, yeah, everything except for 1, 3, and 6C.
Got it, thank you.
So it was moved by Mr. Hampton.
Okay. Seconded by Ms. Rivas. Are there objections? Seeing none.
Wait, Mayor, we'll have to do a roll call because we have a member participating remotely.
That's right.
Councilmember Cole?
I'm sorry, I was momentarily distracted. We're voting on,
Approving
Voting yes.
all the consent items except for 1, 3, and 6C.
I vote yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton, Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes. Okay,
Motion is approved, sorry, unanimously.
Mr. Hampton, item 1.
So item number 1, the reason I'm going to vote no on this is because you can buy John, number 1, I mean, it's kind of insensitive, the fact that this is on the agenda and every week we hear from people that's saying that we should not invest in certain companies, but nevertheless, we have this equipment and the equipment has to be repaired. And so the fact that you can buy aftermarket products and that would have opened up the door for more local participation, I cannot agree. I will not vote in favor of this because a lot of people were disqualified just because they're not John Deere authorized dealers. And you could purchase most of this equipment aftermarket, just like you could do with any engine parts. So I can't support it. I do think that if it was open without the John Deere requirement, we would have had some local participation potentially on this contract. So I guess whoever wants to, if y'all want to move it forward anyways, that's fine, but
My guess is going to be that it likely involves warranty of the equipment.
well, if we're repairing it, it's probably out of warranty. So,
But why don't we, thank you for the comments, but are there questions or is there motion? Mr. Cole?
I am not familiar with how the practicalities of the aftermarket, but I have raised, as has Mr. Hampton in the past, this practice, which is certainly not confined to us, of companies forcing monopoly control after we've made a purchase by only offering spare parts or repairs through an authorized monopoly dealer in Southern California or California. It is anti-competitive, and as Mr. Hampton has observed, it's anti the ability of local businesses to participate. I understand the position the staff are in. This is a widespread practice that is often difficult to navigate. So I'm prepared to join Mr. Hampton in this simply because I think at some point we need to push back on these. I don't know whether this is the right one to do that, but I'm going to trust Mr. Hampton on this.
Let me make a suggestion. It may be something to take up with EdTech on the broader issue. Do we need to hear from Mr. DeVink or the city manager?
I'll simply say we're Mr. DeVink, Director of Public Works, is here and can answer any questions if you have any questions.
I don't have any questions.
Do you have a motion?
I'll move it. Motion to
approve?
Motion to approve. I'm gonna vote no on it, but I'll motion it to approve.
You've
make a motion to disapprove.
I do it all the time.
You and Mr. Cole have made that a practice, so you're going to move the motion. Do you want to second it, Mr. Cole?
Which motion are we?
The one that you object to.
No, I think the better motion would be to move to reject these bids.
That's not the motion. Is there a second for Mr. Hampton's motion?
Well, I mean, I motion to reject I second that motion as the substitute motion.
All right.
To your motion.
Mayor, if I could.
You just one-upped yourself. Mr. Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. I think what I'm struggling with is this looks like a repair contract And there may be the need for some systemic tune-up or at least checking on the process. But, my question for staff would be, what happens in the meantime? Are we being sort of penny wise and pound foolish here? Do we need to get this equipment repaired now? And I would support, as I think I've said previously, any sort of thoughtful review of city contracting and public bidding procedures. But the time to do that may not be to hold up one particular relatively small repair contract. The Public Works may need to do things like fire prevention in the Arroyo and throughout our city.
I picked up the pun on tune-up on the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Madison. Director of Public Works, Gregory DeVink, is here next to me and can respond to that, the consequences of not approving.
Good evening, members of the City Council and Mayor. My name is Greg DeVink, Public Works Director. We do have a history of going with OEM suppliers. It may have a play into long-term warranty and guarantee, and it's also maybe just comfort level. OEM, I think, is viable, but I really don't think I have a fantastic answer. It's our tradition to go with OEM, and this also is a contract for parts and labor. We do in-house labor when we can, when we have the skill set. We want typically the OEM parts that we know are going to work and be safe and have the OEM warranties. And when we can't deal with it, we want to send it out to a certified vendor who the manufacturer supports. It's a comfort level. You do typically pay a bit more for OEM. That is true, but it's how we've been doing it.
Mr. DeVink, my question wasn't about the bigger picture of this practice, but of this particular contract that's on the agenda tonight. So is this exigent that we enter into this tonight?
No, I think it could be deferred.
Okay, Mayor, I'd make a substitute motion that we table the staff recommendation.
To when would be the question, and Mr. DeVink,
It wasn't second, this would be the motion.
No, your first motion wasn't seconded, so the next motion, which was to reject the proposed contract, was seconded. That's the motion. Mr. Madison's making a substitute motion to that one, which is to table.
Point of order, a motion to table is non-debatable. It also needs a second.
Is there a second?
Table to win.
Well, let's see if there's a second. Is there a second? I don't see or hear a second, so that motion dies, and now we're back to a motion to approve.
No, to reject.
Or reject.
May I speak to the motion?
Yes, I would suggest, before you do that we go forward, give staff what they need to fix the equipment, and in the meantime, take the matter up either at tech or finance on a more global.
The director just said it's not time sensitive. So.
But for how long is it not time sensitive?
Our equipment varies a lot in age and reliability and condition, so if we defer this, something may break. It's kind of unpredictable. It will affect our ability to. It's mostly parks equipment. Public Works has some, but it's what they use primarily to maintain the park grounds. I can't say with certainty what this effective delay will be. If council's decision is to delay and debate this on EdTech or something else as a bigger policy, we'll see what that takes. But the sooner the better for us to keep our equipment safe and running and working.
So as a part of the initial motion of rejecting all the bids, I would add in reject the bids and open it up for anyone, even secondary equipment. I mean, like, what is original, what is it, secondary equipment? Is that what it's called, or aftermarket?
original equipment
Oh,
manufacturer.
okay, so just open it up so that you can use aftermarket equipment, and then our local businesses would all have an opportunity to bid on this.
This contract is partially parts, OEM parts. It's also OEM or John Deere certified service centers as well. When we can't fix it, when there's something beyond our troubleshooting ability, it goes out to an approved dealership. It's a combination of parts and service.
Right, so we have companies here in Pasadena that could service large equipment of this nature. They're just not John Deere certified, authorized dealers. So if you could repair something, you could repair something. I mean, right? I mean, if you take your Chevy to mechanic Al on Lake versus taking your Chevy back to General Motors, right? I mean, so as far as I'm concerned, I think we'd win by being able to take our equipment somewhere even closer if a Pasadena-based business decides to bid on it.
But if it's still under warranty and you take it to Al's as opposed to the dealership, then it impacts your warranty. That's the problem.
Well, if it's still under warranty, then our warranty should be fixing it.
Well, I don't know about
That's how
this
warranties
involves
work.
maintenance and
So Big Al would give you a warranty, right?
I don't know about that.
There can be a broader warranty on a piece of equipment that they might tell us it gets voided.
By the way, Big Al's just a random name. I'm not advertising any business.
We're of course happy to take.
Mayor, I tried to offer an elegant solution here. I'm going to oppose the motion to reject the bids because the case hasn't been made that this isn't the right way to move forward. I think we should study the matters that have been raised because they're legitimate and substantial.
Yeah.
But I think you should call the question and then let's see if the council wants to reject staff's professional recommendations.
Mr. Cole?
Yeah, look, there are two sides to this. I don't mean to suggest that that this is a red line that we cannot cross. It has been our longstanding practice to go with the safer but often more expensive monopoly relationship with a particular vendor, software vendors, equipment vendors, vehicle vendors. It's more expensive, and as Mr. Hampton has consistently pointed out, it precludes other competition, particularly from local businesses. So for the reasons of better pricing and for opening it up to competition which could be won by local businesses, I think Mr. Hampton and I feel strongly that we would like to move in this direction. Certainly, I can't speak for Mr. Hampton, but I respect alternate viewpoints. This may not be the place where we draw that line. That's what we have a vote for. But I think both of us have talked about this, he for far longer than I, but I since I joined the council. And at some point, we have to stop voting yes. That doesn't mean that we are insisting that anybody else join us. And if we can if this indeed sparks a broader discussion, as Mr. Madison has acknowledged, I think that's a positive outcome. Regardless of the outcome of this vote, I think this is a serious question. And again, I want to emphasize our staff is doing the right thing in trying to navigate this, because it's really the manufacturers that are holding us hostage. And we may not be in every case be able to navigate around that. But I don't think we should just automatically go for the safer, less competitive, and often more expensive route. That's what this motion is about. If it passes, we'll I hope, take the route that Mr. Hampton is suggesting. If it doesn't pass, then I hope we will have a discussion about the broader implications.
I'm thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Jones, followed by Mr. Lyon.
Thanks, Mayor. And you know, I agree with my colleagues, Councilmember Cole and Hampton, about needing a broader discussion on this. I guess I have two questions. One is, how long would it take to rebid this? And then do we have capacity on our existing contract to get us to that rebidding process?
Rebidding shouldn't take long at all. We've just been through this, and then we rejected the unauthorized ones. We can just ask for a refresh of all the quotes, so that would be quick. The broader
Making the upgrades or the revisions that Councilmember Cohen and Hampton raised.
The revisions would be to allow non-exclusive John Deere dealerships and suppliers. But getting that information wouldn't take long at all. We could probably have fresh bids this week. But it's the broader policy might take a while.
And we have we have capacity on our existing contract to let that additional process play out.
I believe we do. We'll just deal with it. Our equipment, everything we have breaks eventually. I don't know when it'll be, but we have talented staff. We have some supplies. We'll deal with it. Yeah.
But we, in that if I may follow up, in that existing contract, typically when I've seen these contracts, the existing contracts call for maintenance and it's sometimes even replacement parts to be purchased. So that's the problem that we're talking about by the manufacturer of the equipment or some level of warranty is voided in the long term. Does that sort of language exist in this contract? Do we know? Is it likely?
What's likely is the warranties are complex. Even with a simple car, you get a different warranty for the body versus the engine and powertrain. You might void one by taking a shortcut early on something else. I'm sure they're complicated on heavy equipment.
We'd be happy to bring the information back at maybe next meeting if you'd like to defer this item so we can give you the answers that are necessary to make an informed judgment.
I think, my concern is, I get the broader question and I support that discussion. I think it's an important discussion to have, but I really don't want to micromanage the work of the staff when they tell us, we need to enter into an agreement to maintain our equipment, to keep it running, possibly to keep it under warranty. That's a level of micromanaging. That's not that I don't think we ought to engage in as we look at the broader question.
Mayor, with all due respect, that's not what the Director of Public Works said. So.
Yeah, well, I said it.
You're not the Director of Public Works, though.
You said micromanaging?
If the city manager was seconding my motion to table, I'd accept that, but deferring was exactly what my motion proposed, and that died for lack of a second. So I don't see any way out of this. We're basically now on the fly having the discussion that should be had with measure and thoughtfulness about the overall guiding principle.
Contracts are important. Yeah. Mr. Lyon?
Thank you.
You got a motion second, so sorry.
We've heard a lot of other people say why we would or wouldn't enter a contract with an authorized dealer, but are you prepared now to say why it's preferable or not preferable to be with an authorized dealer? Or is that something you want to report back on?
I would say I'd prefer to report back and have better answers for everything, dig into the details of the warranty, dig into the ramifications of not using the John Deere authorized distributor. The benefit, it's really just comfort and knowing it's going to be right and knowing all the warranties are there. The manufacturer stands behind the parts and repairs. There is an enormous secondary market for everything mechanical out there. But I think these questions, I'd like to come back with more accurate information, more thorough information for you.
Okay, thank you. I believe that Councilmember Madison's motion died because it was to table sort of open-ended, but maybe we can modify that. And there were people asking when it could come back. Maybe we can modify that to say, can you bring it back within the next month with sort of a deeper analysis of why this would be the right contract or not the right contract for us. And the consideration of whether we want to go a different way with this particular contract.
I would make a substitute motion for that.
And I would second that.
Okay, that puts, the substitute motion goes before the primary motion, the first motion, for purposes of a vote. Mr. Masuda?
Thank you. OEM, the way I understand it, is like, for instance, if you want the original part from a manufacturer, like let's just say Ford, and you have a Mustang, and you want that OEM part. Sometimes they sell those OEM parts to a third party, correct? And you can get it that way, but when they're gone, the manufacturer is not making them anymore. So then what do you do?
I'm not certain I get the question.
Go to Amazon.
Okay,
If the OEM parts are no longer available,
because they no longer make them anymore.
yes, you would be forced into secondary market.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the importance here, Mayor, is that if they're still around, and I can understand why the staff would always want to go with that, because that's probably the best part for that particular, like, tractor. So, I think I will support the substitute motion if you're going in that direction.
Yeah, and I would put a time limit for you to come back next Monday. We have a council meeting next Monday, right? Yeah. Or how much time? That's better. That's
How
a
much
better
time do you
approach,
need?
yeah.
I'm not certain about next Monday. It's plausible. I can try. I don't know. That's not even enough time for review.
I mean, look, this is heavy.
I
Some
think
of
our
this is,
substitute motion was within the next month.
some of the,
That maybe works better.
some of this
Yeah.
is,
About a month I'm more comfortable with. I'm not certain.
I'm comfortable
We
with
have
that.
to go through all the agenda reviews. It goes through a lot of.
You got concurrence.
Okay,
some of this equipment is heavier equipment.
correct.
And, we're not talking about, our home lawnmower here. We're talking about tractor-like equipment that involves safety, that involves investment on the part of the city, that involves our contractual obligations potentially and warranties. And so the sooner, the better, but we want we want to give you the opportunity to give us thoughtful advice. And I'm going to remind us that we have now, this is the first item on the consent calendar that's been pulled, and we have the 710 freeway discussion and stub, and we're talking about a contract that staff is recommending to maintain equipment.
We're not just talking about a contract.
No, but
We're
that,
talking about an opportunity for local businesses to participate, and this is a low enough threshold for that to happen.
no, I understand
So-
that, but
And it's fine, if you guys want to keep on giving it to the major manufacturers, that's totally fine if that's what you want to do. I have made it a purpose that when I see these, and I let the council know that this is an opportunity for a local business. And we have plenty of local businesses here in Pasadena that can work on major tractors, lawn mowers that you ride on, or whatever it is. And I know for a fact, I could probably tell you where 5 of them are. And so, Mayor,
I get it.
we might as well just go ahead and vote on this, so we can just get out the way, so we can get to the 710, because I still have to get to item 3.
Okay.
And I don't have a lot of questions about that.
Your point is well taken, and I think well received by a majority of the council. But I just don't know that this is the manner in which we should review it, at the council dais as a staff recommendation on heavy equipment, without all of the information. And so I'm actually supporting your point, saying let's look at it in the long term, but not in the midst of approval of a contract that staff is telling us they need.
And Mayor, just a point of order. It sounds like the Public Works Director wasn't prepared for this. Wasn't this within the policy that the council unanimously adopted to let staff know ahead of the meeting if there were these kinds of central questions about consent calendar items? Was that notification made?
I'm sorry, I didn't see those rules in our handbook, but, okay.
That was part of our discussion.
I mean, that's the purpose of the meeting. If it's on an agenda, we could bring it up.
Let's, Mr. Cole, were you back in the queue?
Yeah, I don't want to prolong this. Look, I think that Councilmember Hampton and I have made our point. If you want to delay this and get more information, we appreciate that. If you want to vote it down, we understand that. If you want to support moving in a different direction, we applaud that. But I'm good with whatever the outcome is. The more important point I think we have made is that these keep coming, and we haven't examined the underlying philosophy. And there may be, we may want to stick with the current policy because we're stuck with it. We may want to modify it so that in certain circumstances we divert and others we do not. And we may want to make a general rule that we seek competition. That's what has not happened, is had that discussion. That's what I think we're calling for. This motion is simply the vehicle to get this on the agenda.
Yeah. And we can.
Request for the agenda been made to your office?
I'm sorry?
Has there been a request to your office to agendize that discussion?
No, I'm not aware of it, but it could go to EdTech. Mr. Hampton, as chair of EdTech, I would suggest that we agendize it for a broader discussion. That's, economic development, or maybe finance would be the appropriate place. And so we can do that, but no, I've not received a request. Okay. With that,
We have a substitute motion to table the item to come back in the next 30 days with more information.
Is that enough time?
That was,
I believe it is, and my understanding is to come back with a fresh set of bids, the OEM supplier as well as.
No.
More information
more
on.
information about whether or not rebidding this would be.
But our director's ready to do exactly what we were saying.
Yeah, we can come back within 30 days with more information about whether the implications of not going OEM on warranties and any other complexities that might exist, if that's the council's desire.
And we can send
Just
the item
point-
to
point-
EdTech, right?
That's on Mr. Madison, do you?
That's direction staff.
Okay.
Order, Mayor, is the underlying motion to reject still pending, or has that been withdrawn?
No, this is a substitute motion, Mr. Madison. So first that vote, and then if that fails, then we would go back to the original motion.
Well, you mean the maker of the original motion is foreclosed from withdrawing it?
Not sure that that's.
I just want to process.
It's unnecessary. If the substitute motion passes, it makes the following one moot, Mr. Madison.
No, please, let's address the matter at hand. If the motion is still standing, I intend to vote no on the substitute motion. Let's call the question. But I'll wait to the vote, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Let's have a vote.
So this is the motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Councilmember Lyons, to table the item to come back in the next 30 days with information on implications of not going with the OEM recommendation. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
No.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
No.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
No.
The motion passes 5 in favor, 3 against. The item is tabled.
Yeah. Well, some of us, I believe, thought we should proceed and then study the matter on a broader level. And so that's why I voted no, but
So item 3 is next.
the record is clear. So, okay, Mr. Hampton, you're up again.
Thank you. Item 3 is to, oh my gosh, well, I'm so sorry. Not on item 3 anymore. This is to increase intercom security systems for our metering and ticket, the company that collect the tickets, correct?
That is correct. It's for enforcement, parking
They're
enforcement.
also a security firm, correct?
Yes, they are.
And so the reason I was bringing this up is because I've brought this up before every time this comes up for minor things. And I know that we have two security firms, one that has security here at City Hall. I don't know the name of that firm. And then Intercom is our collector for tickets, et cetera. Will this include more enforcement, or this is just an increase?
This is an extension to their existing contract for the same level of parking enforcement that they currently provide, but for another year.
Okay, and so in some districts, I mean, throughout the city, I hear from residents all the time at different events, et cetera, that enforcement is not enforcing their street, et cetera. And John does an amazing job at responding to those residents' concerns from wherever I'm sending the email from. So I appreciate that, John. I want to know if, number one, we could look at, I mean, this is not for the discussion tonight, but further down the road, look at using Intercom as some of our park safety, not park safety, but in our parks around the city, or our, is it Allied? Is it other, I forget the other, in the other company that does security for the city hall. Is it called Allied? I forget the name.
I don't recall the name. but
Okay, I
do
forget the
believe
name.
there's a- yeah.
So that was my question about these. I'm supportive of this. Number one, I guess the second piece of it would be looking at down the line, maybe increasing a few more, if you guys think there needs to be an increase for a few more enforcement agents out there on the streets. But I know that the people that are getting tickets probably do not think that. But but the residents that I speak to regularly would like to see more enforcement, so.
We have increased the number of city staff that is doing parking enforcement, so direct city staff that's doing parking enforcement through the last operating budget update. So we do have additional enforcement staff beyond the contract staff that's included in this.
Okay, that's good news. All right, well, I'd like to motion to move approval.
Okay. Motion to approve, no substitute
Second.
motion. And there's a second. Roll call?
To approve the staff recommendation, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton? Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved. We are
Do you need a
on
mo,
to-
see, Mayor?
We are on to item six.
I'm sorry, Mr. Madison,
6C. And I think Vice
Oh,
Mayor
yeah.
Rivas needs to recuse yourself.
I'll move 6C, which is simply the setting of public hearings.
Right.
Hold
I'm-
One
on
second.
1 second.
I'm just
Yep, Ms. Rivas?
restating my recusal because I own property within 500 feet of the North Lake specific plan. Thanks.
And again, that's a broader, as Ms. Rivas steps out, discussion that we need to check in with the FPPC about, because it just seems unfair that, you know, any council member who's elected to represent their neighborhood and their district, including their neighborhood, can't vote on something like this specific plan. So, with that,
It was
roll
moved
call.
by Mr. Madison, I believe.
Moved by Mr. Madison, seconded by,
Anybody?
Second.
okay, Mr. Cole, I think seconded it.
His hand went up first.
Oh, okay.
So approve the setting of the public hearings. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas is absent due to recusal. Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved. And we are moving on to item 7,
Ms. Rivas is back.
which.
Welcome back.
Items 7 and item 9 are being taken concurrently.
Okay, 7 and 9.
This is a public hearing. This is the time and place for the public hearing on adoption of an interim urgency ordinance extending ordinance number 7455, prohibiting Senate Bill 9 applications within a very high fire hazard severity zone in the boundary of the Eaton Fire on October 9th, 13th, and 16th. The public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Press. No correspondence was received by the city clerk's office regarding this item.
I don't think, unless somebody wants a presentation, I don't think we need a presentation on this one. You'll recall that we took action to exclude the burn area from SB 9 because of concerns on higher density, and this is now extending that.
I'd like to motion to move approval unless there's comments.
There are no public comments, so we would close the public hearing first.
Close the public hearing, and then
Hampton.
we need a vote, roll call on the public hearing closing. Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Masuda.
To close the public hearing, Councilmember Cole,
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas.
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously. The public hearing is closed.
Motion to move approval of number 7 and 9. Oh, do we have to do,
I have to do
all
it.
for 9 then?
Yeah.
All right, so motion to move approval of item number 7.
Okay. Is there a second?
Mr. Masuda. So this is to approve the staff recommendation for item 7. Councilmember Cole.
I'm in the queue.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Cole.
My apologies.
Before we call the vote.
When we discussed this before, I was uncomfortable with the entire burn area, proposed a compromise. It was not adopted. And I voted in favor of the ordinance. I'm prepared to vote for it again, but I think it's overbroad.
Thank you. Would you like to offer the ordinance?
We're not there yet.
Suda or Mr.
right.
Mr. Hampton. should
I'll
have that
offer it
honor.
if, well, we can split the ones again, right?
Yeah, we split the offer.
Okay.
I already offered it, but
We need
in
to
spirit.
do the vote. for
Okay,
the
let's
public hearing.
do the vote first.
For item 7, to approve the staff recommendation, Councilmember Cole,
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas.
No.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
The motion passes 7 in favor, 1 against.
Okay, and
Now we would do.
now the ordinance.
First reading of the ordinance. This is item 9.
So,
This is,
how you guys, now it's your turn?
Offered, yeah.
Who
Oh, whoever wants
who
to.
made the motion on the last one? Thought you guys,
Mr.
Hampton.
Hampton,
okay, so we'll turn to you, Mr. Masuda, to offer the ordinance.
on number 9?
Yes.
Yes.
This is an ordinance, this is an interim urgency ordinance of the City of Pasadena extending ordinance number 7455 prohibiting urban lot splits and construction of multiple dwellings pursuant to Senate Bill 9 in very high fire hazard severity zones within the boundary of the Eaton Fire. It was offered by Councilmember Masuda. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
No.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is approved, 7 in favor, 1 against, to successfully conduct first reading.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Now we have
Thank you,
the
Jennifer.
last item, which is item 8.
Okay, item 8. Why don't we turn it to the city manager for opening remarks?
Thank you, Mayor. We're excited to present to you our 3rd annual report relating to the 710 stub. Just by way of very brief background, our first annual report was given to you back in September of 2023. At that time, we had just been awarded a $2 million grant from the Reconnecting Communities Pilot Grant Program. We reported on the creation of this Reconnecting Communities 710 Advisory Group. And we had let you know that we were hiring a senior project manager, Wendy Macias, to provide day-to-day support for the effort. And we extended our relationship with Point C, that's David Granis, Tony Harris, transportation consultants. We were excited about the pieces we were putting in place, and we also issued some RFPs for additional support on a master plan process and on doing a historical report. We came to you then a year later on our second annual report, November of 2024. That was about 11 months ago. And in that report, we let you know that we had successfully onboarded Perkins Eastman as our master planning consultant. They started in January of 2024 and began their project, which goes over 24 months. And we reported on the first of those months on their work. We also let you know that we had successfully awarded the contract for 3 historic consultants to give us reports to place this effort in historical context. We actually reported that we got the $2 million from the federal government in August of 2024. So that $2 million is in our hands and was received. And we also let you know that the mayor had appointed an ad hoc group of the city council to work with us and give us direction. And I myself had appointed an executive committee that meets monthly to keep all of these project pieces working together and moving the project forward. And so now we're here, the third date, now that we have all the pieces in place to tell you all of the good work that has happened in the last 11 or 12 months or so. And for that, I will turn it over to Assistant City Manager Brenda Harvey-Williams, who will lead this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harvey-Williams?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. What we have planned for you this evening, as City Manager Marquez has pointed out, is an update of the work completed over the last approximate 1-year period. We have a number of speakers and a very robust PowerPoint to illustrate all of that work, and I would just like to introduce how we're going to do this evening. We're going to start first with a couple of slides by David Reyes, our General Manager of Water and Power, who you will remember started out as the project manager of this project before he left us and went over to PWP. That will be followed by Jennifer Page, our Planning Director, who will describe the current vision plan process that we are undertaking and connect that to the next step, which would be a specific plan process that will be led by our planning department and reviewed and approved by our planning commission before coming to council for approval. Following Jennifer, our lead consultant, Vaughn Davies from the firm of Perkins Eastman, as Mr. Marquez mentioned, he will describe our project deliverables, timeline, organization concepts, potential land uses, which include housing, commercial, open space, parks, civic spaces, for example. He'll also talk about sustainability and some potential financing tools. After Vaughn, we'll have Joaquin Sicas, our Director of Transportation, who will discuss regional and local transportation connections and existing transit services and a potential mobility hub. And finally, we will have Danny Parker, who chairs the City Council appointed Reconnecting Communities 710 Advisory Group, and he will close out our presentation talking about the work of the advisory group. And just so you know, council members, it is a slightly long presentation, over 35 slides, maybe close to 40. But we will have places within the presentation where we will pause to take feedback and questions from council members, and you'll see that as we go through. So we do encourage you to participate in this presentation by giving us your feedback and asking questions, which hopefully we will be prepared to respond. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to David Reyes, who will start us off.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager.
Welcome.
Harvey-Williams. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm having a hard time with this microphone. So I don't want to belabor sort of what Mr. Marquez and Ms. Harvey-Williams have stated in terms of the history and where we have been in the last couple of years. But I do want to share just a little bit about, the formal relinquishment was done in August of 2022. But our citizens and our council have fought for basically to stop the expansion of the freeway for many, many decades. And I think that the relinquishment that we saw a couple years ago really is and can be attributed to the council that exists today, the past council, and our residents who have fought for this. And so it's been referred to as the ditch, but there's a lot of history behind that ditch, some of it good, most of it bad. I think that Mr. Marquez has stated very clearly, a lot of work has been done, not only in terms of hiring consultants, in terms of getting a project manager on board and getting a plan together to move forward. The 710 Advisory Committee that the City Council appointed was a huge step forward. And really, this is my second and last slide, and it really is meant to tell the story that the vision plan that's being created right now is just that. It's a vision plan for what the future might look like. There's a lot of work to be done before any shovel can hit the ground. And the planning department, the planning staff, as well as the planning commission and city council will take a lot of input from the public over the next couple of years to make the vision plan an actual planning document that developers can look at and then build upon. It might be a specific plan. It might be some other regulatory document that remains to be seen. But the reality is that so far, the public has played a large role in where we are today. The consultants that we've hired have really done a great job, and the 710 Advisory Group has really done a great job. So I think it's been, here we are in 2025. It's been about 2.5 years. And I know that we love process in Pasadena, and we love planning. But the reality is that we are getting to a place where we're starting to see a vision for what this ditch might look like and how we can make sure that the wrongs of the past aren't repeated again. And I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Page.
Thank you, Jennifer Page, Planning Director. So this is a map that most of you are probably very familiar with. This is our general plan land use diagram. This guides all of our land use planning in the city. It's a very important map. We spend years on this map, a lot of community engagement and outreach and interaction with the public on developing this map and updating this map. It's legally binding. It sets land uses in the city. It cannot be changed without going to the Planning Commission or the City Council. And as you can see, the area that's circled there, which is a relinquishment area, there is no general plan land use designation for that area. That visioning has not been done. So when we did our last general plan update, we would typically look at what was there before and talk about how you want to change that. Or do we want to keep it the same or make some adjustments? But for this area, there is no designation. So that's the reason that we're doing the visioning that we're doing. I think there's been some questions as to why we're doing the process that we're doing. And this is a unique situation in the city where we don't have anything to start from. So the visioning is important, and it's a framework, and it's going to guide us, but it's not legally binding. It will become legally binding in the document that will most likely be the specific plan. So this just goes to show, again, why we're doing that visioning and that framework and where we're going to go from here, which is the handoff at some point in time to the planning department as we get through this visioning piece to what's most likely going to be a specific plan. And then again, that's your legally binding document. I've said if there's such a thing as a super specific plan, this would be it, because it's going to have elements and components that you don't see in the average specific plans that you've been seeing us bring forward to you in the past couple of years. There is no infrastructure here. We're starting from the ground up, literally, and it's land that the city owns. And so that's also a different opportunity here to bring in some different policies and to address some things in a different way than we normally would in a typical specific plan. But the planning department is going to be leading this work, and we're going to be working through the planning commission and the city council like we normally would. And this just slide covers, some of the things that we'll be looking at. We have to go through consultant selection. We have to do CEQA. We have to cover all of our topic areas that are required in a specific plan by law, and then some. We're going to have some optional additional elements in that specific plan. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Vaughn Davies with Perkins Eastman.
Mayor, if I could, I'm sorry, just real quick for clarification, does that general plan map now change with SB 79?
It does not.
It does not,
No.
okay.
I'm sorry, which, I have similar questions on SC 79 implications. So can you just, I didn't quite.
If you can go back a slide, one more.
it.
Yeah, so I was wondering if the land use diagram changes with, and you're saying it does not?
It does not change our land use or our zoning, but what it does is it overlays rules that apply that we can't change. So it allows additional height and densities by law that we can't change, but it doesn't change our underlying designation.
That's the point I wanted to raise. So thank you for following up with that. At some point, I'd like to understand the implications of SB 79, 5, to 9-story buildings. If, for example, it's deemed to be within half a mile, and it may be within a half a mile, it being the ditch, may be within a half a mile of transit stops that trigger SB 79, or by putting the transit hub, the mobility hub there, it may trigger SB 79. And those neighborhoods are going to be overrun. It's the worst legislation I've seen in terms of land use. We thought SB 9 was bad. But I'd like to understand those implications. Okay, thank you. Vaughn, welcome.
Good evening, Vaughan Davies, Perkins Eastman. Thank you, Jennifer and David. This slide is really just to remind everybody where we are. As you heard, we're sort of three buckets of our work. The first was a period of discovery that we learned more about what we were chartered with here and outreach with the community. We're being engaged in this options and engage phase, which is really a testing phase, or testing some of the ideas, and we're at the beginning of the refinement of that. So we look forward to hearing your comments today on a whole range of different things. And as you heard from Brenda Harvey-Williams, we're going to pause along the way so that we can have some discussion about some of these elements. We're going to start with really just talking about the uses that we've been considering and have talked broadly about with the community. The site, as you know, north is on the left-hand side of the site towards the 210 freeway. The south end is where the blue area is, and Sequoia. We're really thinking about this as a series of different areas, different zones of development, characterized with a sort of a primary designation, but very flexible. And we'd like to think that primarily when you look at these and you see these maps, we're sort of agnostic about each and every particular building, but there are sort of general buckets of where the uses go. So starting on the far left-hand side, that area that started there was calling the gateway as a partnering opportunity with Caltrans. It's not within the relinquishment area. We've sort of broadened our sphere of discussion. It's where the mayor just mentioned we're considering a connection to transit and regional transit that will interface with the city. We're not going to discuss it in detail right now, but it will be brought up later on. The pink area, the civic, cultural, or commercial emphasis, also has land uses like residential and hospitality that could be included in that area that's really focused on Colorado Boulevard. So if you go down Colorado Boulevard today, it's where the bridge crosses over, and there are two empty sides to that. It's about building up that area and finding uses that are appropriate for Colorado Boulevard, more civic in nature in its response to the city as a broader district. The yellow area is really one that is very much focused on, if there was a singular area of singular use, it would be here, where housing is the use that we're designating for this area, and we'd like to explore that as much as we can. And at the south end, in the blue area, an area that we've been characterizing as innovation, mostly because of its adjacencies and close proximity to Huntington and some of the other transitional uses at the southern end of the district in that area. So this land use discussion really focuses around these two different scenarios that we're looking at. The one is called Terraces and Gardens and Terraces, and we'll go through another one called Boulevards and Paseos. Both share certain attributes in land use broadly across what we just talked about. The big differences between them is essentially that in this one, we're relying on Pasadena Avenue and St. John as our primary north-south roadways. We would have to enhance those, create complete streets, turn them from one-way streets to two-way streets, just to create a more well-behaved balance in the city and the local connections. East-west connections would be be similar in both of the schemes. The other difference here, and you can see with the little section that is in the bottom left-hand corner, in this scheme we're proposing the primary north-south spine, that green area in the plan, running up the center of the project, is really at the lower level of what we heard David relate to as the ditch. So it's in a lower level. The streets are very normal around it at the city level, and this would be in the lower level of the ditch. As I mentioned in the second scenario, the boulevards and paseos, the big difference here is that in addition to making all the streets well-behaved and two-way streets throughout, we're adding a new element of north-south mobility. This allows us to make the streets on the edges, South Pasadena and St. John, much more local, narrower, smaller, more complete, and introducing a new boulevard that allows the traffic to have more room to move around and be more integrated into the community as a whole. But as I mentioned, the uses are very similar throughout, and the elements of paseos and linkages east and west on both schemes are consistent throughout. The other difference between this is that in the first example of the gardens and paseos, that spine of open space would probably have to be created incrementally over time with each development in that ditch to create the continuity. In this scheme, the north-south spine of green, the greenway that connects you all the way through to the northwest neighborhoods, would be able to be created as one civic element and would probably be need to create it at one time, and you'd get the holistic sort of green space all the way through. The other courtyards and gardens in between would be sort of an added bonus that would come with the private development over time in the mid-block conditions. So as I mentioned on the land uses, we have focused over time in testing the scenarios with a range of development uses. On the housing and residential goals, which is a priority, we're a range of between 1,700 to 2,400 units in both scenarios. We're making the assumption that we're the baseline of 20% of affordable housing, which the city currently has, would be maintained as a baseline, and that if we needed to, we could increase that amount as we move through the process. We want to balance the residential with job creation, and so we're testing as well a range of between 800,000 to 1.3 million square feet of gross jobs. Commercial uses essentially focused on the medical sector, R&D, some retail from personal services. We don't want to compete with Old Pasadena downtown by competing with the retail, so there's not a large component of retail here, but we want to create great destinations and employment opportunities, and then residential throughout. So the residential would cover all those three different neighborhoods that we talked about. And then just a little bit on the economics or the focus of the land uses that we think are the most viable. This really just points out that above the datum line of number one there is that we have a huge opportunity here with life sciences or deep tech, as we're talking about in Pasadena. So this is really just where the opportunities are for growth, and we're going to really focus on making sure that Pasadena still continues to lead in those sectors. The challenge in Pasadena is that we don't have land areas large enough to accommodate some of those. So that's really truly the opportunity here. We have the 50 acres. We have a lot of parcels that we could really develop cohesively and offer those opportunities that are very marketable for land uses within the region. And then just a little bit more focus on this central residential neighborhood. As I mentioned, this is very much residential focused. We really want to create smaller blocks, development over time, incremental, opportunities maybe for singular buildings as well as collections of buildings. It's not anticipated to happen in one foul swoop, but it would really be a progression of time, and that there would be many ways to connect through, and the city would have to manage this through a series of easements, new streets, and paseos really that connect you from east to west, but primarily focused on residential uses throughout. So these are some of the decisions that we've made. I think moving forward, what we'd like to know again is whether this central green space is really on the west side. In this drawing now, the north is up and south is down at the bottom of the slide. So should we prioritize the spaces within the spine at the lower level or on the west side as part of this greenway? If there are any other uses that we should be thinking about. We've heard a lot about taller buildings and creating a respectful edge along South Pasadena that responds to the existing conditions, which are lower buildings and smaller buildings in that area. So if we did taller buildings, they would be those larger buildings within the block, the interiors of the blocks to set them back. But a lot of that can be defined by the design guidelines that come with the specific plan in the next phase. So I'm going to pause for a moment before we go on to the next topic and see whether there are any thoughts about some of the land uses that we've spoken about, spaces, the civic spaces, and the character of those three different districts.
A question about the California Boulevard interface. That actually is not part of the the north side of Colorado Boulevard. Is that a lease with Caltrans? Do we now own that underneath it, or is that owned by Sequoia School?
I'm sorry, I don't really understand the geography of where the question is. California Boulevard?
Yeah.
At the south end?
Yeah, the south end, yeah.
Right, that's not part of this study area per se. We touch on it at the south end on the west side.
You don't go to California Boulevard?
We go to California just on the west side as St. John emerges from the ditch.
So again, Sequoia School is not part of the project?
No, it's been considered as an existing adjacent building.
Got it.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Madison has his hand raised. Although
Thank you. Mr. Madison? And how should we,
I'm sorry?
Should we go ahead and ask your question, Mr. Madison, but after your question, I think we should consider allowing the presentation to continue and be completed before we ask questions.
He paused to ask for questions.
Oh,
Mr.
I
Mayor.
didn't
Mayor,
catch
Mayor,
that.
if
Sorry,
I might,
talking with-
we do
No, hold on.
have some
Okay.
natural pauses for questions built into
You do?
the-
Okay,
into
thank
the
you.
PowerPoint.
Thank you for that clarification. Go ahead, Mr. Madison.
Okay, that was the question I was raising my hand about, Mayor, was that I heard the presenter asking for our questions, and I actually think as a point of order, it'd be good to hear the consultant's entire presentation, and then I've got a lot of questions about what, if anything, we should do with it. In response, well, I'll save the rest of my comments. I had some thoughts about my colleagues' questions, but I'll save those for
Okay.
I'm going to have Joachim Seekers talk us through the mobility slides.
Okay. Mr. Zekas?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, for the record, Joaquin Seacas, Director of Transportation. So one of the critical parts of this vision plan is maintaining a transportation purpose for the corridor. And maintaining a transportation purpose is not just about moving cars, it's about moving people. And what we have now in this interchange is really a freeway-to-freeway connection between the 134, the 210, and the 710. Really designed and constructed for high volumes and high speeds. And through this project, we need to create these local on and off ramps to really be able to reduce the speeds and the traffic that goes not only through the existing neighborhoods, but the future neighborhood in this area. The image on the right shows some of the existing traffic flow through this corridor, showing that as the traffic moves through the city, going from north to south, a majority of the traffic does end up shifting east of this corridor. And we want to continue to maintain that in the future, pushing traffic to the east to streets like Fair Oaks and Arroyo Parkway, and having less traffic continue south along this corridor and less traffic continuing to the west. But really a big part of this is the ability to slow down traffic. And both of the options that we're showing today really provide one thing that's consistent at the north, and it's the potential for this roundabout. And the roundabout really provides the ability for us to slow down traffic that's coming off of these freeway ramps as they enter this local street network, while still providing connectivity to the 134 and the 210. So in the next few slides, I'm going to present, really quickly describe some of the roadway network components here. And what you see on this first slide is the freeway-to-freeway existing condition that we have now. So all these red roads are actually that regional freeway-to-freeway connection. And then what you see in orange is these are existing arterial streets that were really designed for vehicular traffic and trying to move large volumes of vehicles through this corridor. And as we move forward, we really want to reimagine this connected, safe, and multimodal human-scale set of access and mobility improvements to improve connectivity choices and really create a human-scaled network of roadways. So as we remove that freeway connection, you'll see here that we have this circulation framework that starts with the least intervention and builds towards more change. The first option, which is the gardens and terraces, is really trying to replace those orange arterials with these local complete streets. So Pasadena and St. John become two-way roadways in this option. You'll see in the middle there, Valley Street connects across this area all the way to St. John. And we have a number of pedestrian and bike connections throughout the corridor, and those are those dashed lines that are within the project study area. You'll also see the number of intersections here along this corridor. And we're still not defining what type of control there is, but anytime you can shorten those intersections and create these smaller blocks, it allows us to really reduce the speeds along the corridor and really not only improve access, but enhance safety. The second option that we've been looking at is this Boulevard and Paseos option, which adds this central boulevard down the middle of this corridor. And as you can see here, it's similar to the first option in that there's still pedestrian crossings across the corridor area, but now we've added additional vehicular crossings, and that center boulevard also increases access throughout this corridor area and provides that area on the west side for potential green space and public space. And as I noted before, it's not just about moving cars, it's about moving people. And that's why a key component in either of these options is in the north end of this corridor, that gateway component of being able to really take advantage of partnering opportunities to create something like a mobility hub that allows us to connect to local transit, regional transit, and really allows a kind of a destination for civic space, which Mr. Davies will talk about in the next set of slides. And part of that connection is a connection to our existing Pasadena transit network. In this slide, you see all of our existing routes that are in the general area of the corridor. But in addition to that, you'll see a lot of ped and bike connections that are part of this map. On Pasadena Avenue and St. John Avenue, we already have some projects with the near-term safety enhancements or near-term project enhancements for this corridor that we're looking into for St. John and Pasadena. But we also have this connection of transit that we can build upon. And as part of the short-range transit plan that'll be coming to City Council, you'll see other routes and options to service this corridor in the near term, but also as we look at the future growth of the corridor, service it in the long term. And part of this pedestrian and bike connection is really the ability to connect to neighborhoods north of the freeway. So it's adding transit routes to connect from this area to areas north of the freeway, but also adding that pedestrian and bike connection. And one way of doing that is using existing infrastructure, like the existing Maple Street ramp that connects from north of the 210 to south of the 210, and being able to reimagine what it could be if it became more of a complete street, or really just a multimodal connection for peds and bikes. So really the vision plan is here to set mobility goals for the future. And you'll see some of our goals of reducing traffic speeds along the corridor, enhancing intersection design, providing local surveying and protected bike lanes, adding pedestrian facilities, walkable access to local destinations, and reduced directional travel. And a lot of this really is a big component of this is really being able to shift some of that, some of those trips to other modes. And that includes providing links to local or regional activity centers, filling the service gaps with flexible modes, exploring transit incentives, enhancing pedestrian amenities, and strengthening our Pasadena Transportation Management Association to really build other types of modes like ride sharing, van pooling, and those types of options. And I did want to just finish with this slide, which looks at that section to the north, that ability to provide that joint development opportunity, because it's really a point where we can use the street level to integrate our local mobility and street access, but also use the stub depth that we have now to create something in the lower level to really integrate regional mobility and provide services that can connect to not only our local transit system, but to the regional transit network. And as part of that, we're not just looking at kind of existing technologies. We really have to look towards the future of what's available in transportation to be able to make that first and last mile connection, to be able to get people out of their cars and connect to our regional transportation system. So in lieu of the question slide, I think we're going to move back to the next piece of the presentation. I'll hand it back to Mr. Von Davies.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sekas. Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much. We wanted to focus on one of the special places that we're anticipating as an element of the plan, and that's Colorado Boulevard. This is a very high-level sort of view, just to spark some thoughts. But we're really thinking of the area of Colorado Boulevard between St. John and South Pasadena as having a great public space. This is a space that could be host civic events, big gatherings. It might become the great photo op as the Rose Bowl parade moves through, but also really a space that is truly celebrates a new sort of era for Pasadena with civic uses and residential uses in a great public realm. We're thinking about it as having a mix of uses. So the civic element of it would really be the open space, a beautiful court space similar to what we have at the City Hall here, duplicated on both sides of the street. It would have lower scale buildings that continues the mercantile scale of Colorado Boulevard into the space, with taller buildings set back from that. Upper level buildings would capture views, and you'd also be able to step back from the sidewalk far enough to actually get a sense of the mountains, as you see in the image on the right-hand side. So truly a wonderful place that Pasadena could celebrate as a part of its inventory of great public spaces in the city. Active ground floor uses, a wonderful people-watching space, and so as some of these images start to inspire us to think about, again, the civic nature of City Hall and what are the elements of scale that we want to take. I don't think we want to replicate something that's old-fashioned or try to mimic that, but really the beautiful colonnades that you have here, the wonderful scale of the trees, the oaks that you have. There could be soft spaces and hard spaces. It could be a place of memory, something we really celebrate the community that was here previously and continues to inspire our work through restorative justice work that we're doing, a venue for marketplaces. So the street could be closed and traffic would be diverted around it for those special event days. And really just learning from the spaces that we have in the city, how we frame these public rooms and gardens within the city. And at the bottom image here, really just sort of capturing sort of a contemporary picture of people watching and a wonderful place to gather and celebrate both business and social and casual meetings on the street in Pasadena. So we hope that this is something that would be an inspiration for the community as we move forward to think about how we really designate this space as the heart and soul of this new neighborhood on the west side. The next thing we want to really cover is at the south end of the site. It's a complex portion of the site. It's actually the deepest portion of the site. It's the recipient of runoff by gravity down the freeway of water into the ditch, and it's something that we have to deal with early on in the project, is to think of a different way to manage stormwater. But we can also really repurpose this for our project. So once we've removed or captured the stormwater runoff from the northern area of the freeway system at the north end, we could repurpose this as a beautiful garden and park system. We could use it for water storage. We could recycle elements of water within the site. And so that's what you saw on the two options of the gardens and terraces, is that we want to reserve a portion of the site. Here it's sort of diagrammed as sort of diagonally cut across, so the triangular portion in a way that shows a green swale or a sense of the water and exposing that dynamic of the water in the ditch, but we want to reserve it as a green open space. It would be complemented by buildings on the east side of the street, east side of the space, so on South Pasadena, completing both sides of Pasadena as a complete street. But really creating a buffer in a way between us and the west side neighborhood, which rises at this point, so we have about a 15 to 20 foot height difference from the west to the east. At this portion of the ditch, so the west side neighborhoods here are elevated above the roadways, the new boulevard that continues down to the south end. So we think of this more of a campus neighborhood, It could all be done at once. It could really, in the public realm portion of it, and the buildings could come later, but we could really frame this as part of that green spine together with the North Boulevard, North-South Boulevard. In addition to the water, we're thinking about energy as well as part of our plan. So the sustainability happens in the ground and in the public open spaces, but it also happens within the buildings. We want to think about mechanical systems that are supported by each individual building, and collectively how we might pioneer some new opportunities in this space, either a central utility plant or ground source heat exchange, etc. There are storage tanks. We're thinking of a microgrid. We're thinking about battery storage. We're doing solar on the roofs. A lot of these things the city is already pioneering and inspiring, but this is an opportunity to do it at scale within this project for the energy opportunities. And when you put it all together, we hope we have sort of a working system of water and energy that really is represented by this section at the south end, where you can see we're creating a podium of water storage indicated by the blue elements here, that this could be water that is stored and retained on site and recycled on site. There could be solar on the roofs, etc., but it's really a working system that you can't do anywhere else in the city, where you're just trying to do block by block or building by building. We truly have something unique here, and we want to advance that as much as we can. And we'll save the questions for later. But the other thing that we're also doing is really thinking about the next steps and how do we balance the city's contribution and the private sector development contributions as we move forward in this. So we're at the very high level sort of planning stages of an economic model that we're developing for the city, where we want to understand what the costs are for all the horizontal infrastructure, for the water elements that we want to use, and for the enhanced sustainability or energy uses on the site. But in order to pay for these roadway improvements and the multimodal improvements and the water features, etc., we need to try and leverage some really wonderful opportunities from the private development sector to enhance that as well.
I see.
So it's really going to be a balance between those two things of what the costs are and where we gain revenues or added revenues from the development. And then also as part of the future work, we are working with Cosmont, who are looking at financing opportunities for the city. So we want to leave no stone unturned to try and find ways where we might pay for elements of the plan incrementally over time. So we might use one form of financing for one element of the plan and another for the other. I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all, but there are certainly lots of opportunities out there that we're exploring through that involvement with Cosmont through this project, and they will continue with the project as we move forward into future phases. And then just so you know where we are on the timeline again, as a reminder, we're going to be with you through the early part of next year. So we have plenty of time to take consideration and recommendations from this evening and start to embed that in the plan as we move forward to be able to bring back something to you in the community during the course of end of this year and early next year. We are planning a final sort of public meeting to share the final recommendations with the public before we come back to City Council at the end of this journey. So I guess we'll move to general questions.
Thank you.
Actually, if we could have the last portion of our presentation by Danny Parker, who is our chair of the 710 Advisory Group.
Danny, welcome.
Thank you, and thank you, Mayor and Council. I have the distinct honor, Danny Parker, I have the distinct honor of serving as chair of the RC 710 AG, or Reconnecting Communities Advisory Group. And as I did last year, I want to thank the council and mayor for forming this group. It sends the right message to the city, both substantively and symbolically, about the importance of this project, as well as providing the mechanism or conduit to have the very essential public input. I also want to thank you for selecting the members of this body. It is humbling, to say the least, the amazing members of our 16-member body, several of whom are here today. They bring to bear a professional expertise and volunteer experience that is invaluable, whether it be a question about how do we obtain data or whether it's available, questions about affordable housing, other development-related issues, how the city works, how the Planning Commission works, et cetera, et cetera. It is really beneficial to have quite an array of members of this body. One of the things that also is brought to bear by members of our body is making sure that there is a human focus or people focus throughout this process, and to make sure ultimately what we do is for the benefit of this community, and there are people at the end of this process. And members of our body make sure that's front and center at all times. In addition to what might be characterized as an explicit responsibility of our body, which is to provide advice and guidance, to be a two-way conduit for the dissemination of information, both out to the community and then bringing it back to bear on our deliberations. Additionally, an implicit responsibility is asking questions, tough as they may be, to make sure that our focus is in the right place and the members of our body are not shy. They do ask the tough questions, and I think it makes for a better process and ultimately will lend itself to a better result. One of the things that is recurring as well is the importance of managing expectations. We need to make sure that members of this community understand the process, both the timeline that we are endeavoring to complete, as well as to understand how their input will be synthesized and integrated into this process. We want people to understand that their input is valuable and it will be reflected in the process, but they're voices of many, so they may not see directly how their input was, but we are absolutely committed to making sure that all those voices are heard and integrated. We also need to make sure and remind people that this is not a zero-sum game, that we can handle multiple issues without having to sacrifice or compromise any of them. And some of those key issues that have arisen through our meetings and some of the community engagement events that have been conducted by Perkins Eastman, there's been primarily 4 themes that have come up. One has been restorative justice. A second is the traffic, the way West Pasadena has been burdened with a bunch of mini freeways on South Orange Grove, Pasadena Avenue, St. John, et cetera. Affordable housing, obviously a national, statewide, regional, as well as local issue, and the need or desire for open space. The way we have organized ourselves over the last year has been we formed 2 standing committees. One is restorative justice, and with respect to that, I want to thank the council and specifically the mayor's ad hoc committee for giving guidance and a starting point of a definition that provided some guardrails and framework for the restorative justice standing committee to be able to do its analysis. And where they are in that, they are nearing the finish line. They have refined the definition that has been accepted by our overall body, as well as they're going through a series of 10 elements that will be fleshing out some of the details and putting into practice this overall guidance that they are sharing by way of the definition. And with respect to that, one of the things I would like to offer a little bit of a preview or teaser is some of their recommendations will go beyond the direct scope of the 710, but things they think will be beneficial citywide. And this is an opportunity through the course of the deep dive they're doing to look at not only the city's history, but what can we do better? Now that we know better through this exploration of this process, what can we do better going forward? So I'm looking forward to them finishing. We're probably going to have a special committee meeting to be able to handle the work that's remaining. These are very detailed discussions that have been time consuming, but we are all dedicated to doing what it takes to try to reach the finish line in the target of March of next year. And the other standing committee that was formed was land use and mobility. And I also should go back a step. I need to publicly applaud Tina Williams, who is serving as chair of the Restorative Justice Standing Committee. Our land use and mobility standing committee is being chaired by Wayne Brandt, and they've been doing a deep dive into those issues and working very closely with Perkins Eastman to flesh out those issues that were being described and discussed in the slides before. I'm clearly slide free, but those challenging issues involving land use, mobility, sustainability, the economic market analysis, et cetera, they've been doing yeoman's work in terms of drilling down, asking tough questions, raising issues involving market conditions, phasing and timing of outlining all of this. A couple of other things I want to mention briefly is one thing we've heard from, not as much as we might like, but we want to make sure we hear the voice of the youth of this community. For those of us who are a little more seasoned, we will not be around for this as long as the youth of this community. And we need to make sure that we do speak to them because we can't expect a second do-over 50 to 60 years from now. And the youth their voices need to be heard because they have a perspective. And it's also important, just one of these fundamental issues that relates to affordable housing, which is how can the kids who grew up in this community, how can they afford to stay here? They need the jobs that will allow them to afford the $1 million homes that are the reality. And it really is not a viable, healthy community when kids who grow up here can't stay. So what we do will certainly directly impact their ability to stay in this community, and I think it matters. A few other quick comments, and I'm testing my limit as Ms. Harvey Williams subtly gives me a look. And that is a few other considerations that are still part of the equation. I'm used to that look. Usually it's this way, but I'll play it off. One of them is stakeholders, and we've discussed and looked at some of the stakeholders who are involved in this process. Obviously, the residents of this community, the businesses of this community, government at all levels, from federal to the local, as well as the nonprofits that are so much part of the fabric and backbone of this community. What we've been discussing a little bit more recently has been developers, because at the end of the process, they are arguably the customers, and the math has to work for them. So we have to set up a system or a structure that allows them to see the profit, for them to be incentivized to do what needs to be done. So we can't lose sight of them. We also have wrestled with challenges involving data. The data we would have ideally liked to have received involving particularly the price of the homes that were purchased in other property by Caltrans 50 plus years ago. That data is not available and has been searched high and low by the consultants. We've just had to concede when we heard that Caltrans threw the data, those records away for whatever brilliant reason may have prevailed 50 years ago. So that's an unfortunate reality. Certainly data has to be at the foundation of all of our analysis, all of our conversations, and we're making do as best we can, and that's just a simple reality. Last couple of quick points. One is flexibility. Because as we look at the market conditions today, where retail and office may be challenged, that doesn't mean 10 to 15 years from now that won't be the case. So we have to try as much as possible to think about flexibility and how may market conditions ebb and wane over time. And so how can we build in flexibility that is intrinsically needed to this process? And lastly, with my random points, as opposed to my not so random points, would be art. The 1% public requirement for art in projects is a way to reinforce a sense of space. And rather than an obligation, I think it's an opportunity. And throughout this process, it's important that we think in terms of opportunities, not obligations. It's not merely glass half full, but it's something that I think is the right perspective that'll serve us well. The last two things I want to mention is one, and we'll get to this along with everyone else, is the kind of feedback we can use from the council. And the specific thing I would ask of the council, and it's something that comes up periodically in our meetings, and we want to make sure we use this as a bit of a North Star and guiding principle, is what is the definition of success? So as we look back when we complete this process, how will we evaluate whether we succeeded? And any kind of input or insight that the council may have with respect to success is very important and very much appreciated. And with that as a close, I once again want to thank the council for giving all of us on this body, this task force, the opportunity to serve our community. It is greatly appreciated, and it is distinctly an honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. And thank you and the members of the task force that you chair for all of your efforts individually and collectively to move this project forward. This is evidence of a lot of work having been done over the last year or so. And, you know, we were delayed a bit by the fire, but you have continued to do the work. And so I thank you for that on behalf of the council. Why don't we turn to public comment, and then we'll turn to the council.
So we will go to public comment, 2 minutes. I will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Dan Gober, followed by Deborah Farrington, then Michael A. Giardello, and then Jose Luis Correa.
If you hear your name, please form a line in the middle aisle here so we can move through.
So I will ring a bell at 30 seconds, but the lights on the dash right there will tell you when you have 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Sir, welcome.
All right. Good evening, committee. Thank you for having me. I'm Dan Gober. I'm the executive director for Biocom California. serving the Los Angeles region. Biocom is a statewide trade organization. We represent over 1,700 life science companies up and down the state. We are the largest trade and advocacy organization representing life science companies. We work on funding, industry support, a number of different things that help both grow and support life science companies. That can be med tech, that can be biotech, a number of different companies like that. Since 2022, we've been collaborating with the City of Pasadena to advance life science policy, beginning with efforts to align the city's hazardous waste reporting requirements and state regulation partnerships with the fire department, going on to looking at zoning, city planning, and development, and really helped to look at these fundamental changes that went through. And all these updates were modernized and recognized and passed by this board here. So as a result of this, the industry has expanded further into Pasadena. You see some great examples of cities, companies like Zencor coming back into the city. You see companies coming from other institutions, such as UCLA and so forth. And we really have a great opportunity here to continue to establish, nurture life science growth. You have Caltech right in your backyard. You're bringing innovation from UCLA, from USC. You've got Huntington Memorial as well right here. So the creativity and the innovation is here. And we'd like to represent and ask you to continue to look at life science as a key factor. I'm happy to see that as part of the continual planning and so forth. So we do understand, though, that housing and urban development is also important.
Thank you.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. Deborah Farrington, followed by Michael Giardello,
Welcome.
then Jose Luis Correa, then Lee Gordon.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, and my fellow community members. My name is Dr. Deborah Farrington, and I'm the Chief Scientific Officer at Doheny Eye Institute. We're a nonprofit doing vision research located here in Pasadena. I'm here to advocate for including space for science-driven research in your planned use of the 710 corridor. This land provides an opportunity to shape Pasadena's future by adopting a mixed-use plan, one that includes both new housing as well as dedicated space for innovation, especially in the life sciences and biotechnology. We can meet today's housing needs while continuing to grow Pasadena's economy. Pasadena is fortunate as it's home to world-class research institutes like Caltech, JPL, Huntington Medical Research Institute, as well as Doheny Eye Institute. These research organizations provide a deep talent pool that the city should strive to keep local, providing jobs in science-driven research that are high-quality, well-paying jobs will allow us to build a community with a bright economic future. I want to mention another important benefit of expanding companies in our local science-driven research arena. All Pasadena-based institutes that I mentioned so far include training the next generation of scientists as part of our mission. Expanding opportunities for science-driven research in Pasadena will benefit not only college-age students, but also students at the Pasadena Unified School District and other local schools who are seeking internships in biotech firms. In closing, science and innovation has been a proud part of Pasadena's identity. I urge the council to continue building on that legacy as you plan how to best use the land associated with the 710 corridor. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael A. Giardello, followed by Jose Luis Correa, then Lee Gordon, then Blair Miller, then Matt Horton.
Mr. Giardello, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the City Council. I'm a long-term resident of Pasadena. I spent the past 30 years or so fostering and supporting deep tech innovation in the city. It's been greatly supported by the city and all the great departments that are here. And I've done that through investing, starting companies myself. We recently had a a few years ago before COVID, acquisition of our large company East Pasadena by ExxonMobil. Unfortunately, they wound up moving back to Texas after they acquired the company, but that space has now been taken over by a large Caltech startup, which is a great company called Captura, so help recycle the space there. A couple years ago, started an incubator in East Pasadena, one of Materials' old spaces. We're now full as of this week. We have 2 Caltech companies, 2 companies from USC, a company from MIT that we relocated here from Boston, and most recently, a company from Berkeley that's opening up a bio-scale-up lab here in Pasadena. So it's been great to be part of the community, but it's really important to maintain, the presence of high tech in the community. And early on with Andy Wilson co-founded Innovate Pasadena to try and bring the community together. It was very successful. It's had ups and downs with the COVID and the challenges of getting together in person, which is where innovation really, I think, really grows. Last week in LA Tech Week, we had a great number of events here in Pasadena that showcased our assets, and we continue to grow the community. And it's really important to have sort of all the aspects of the community here, whether it's the services that go along with starting companies and all the other members of the ecosystem, whether it's investment or executives, and also all the line workers, as I think others have mentioned at other times that they've spoken to the council and to the committees that have been formed. So I really support the land use and using some of that to support the high-tech innovation that can continue to grow here in Pasadena and create jobs, very well-paying jobs for people that want to stay here and be part of the community. And thank you for your time, and look forward to work with you in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jose Luis Correa, then Lee Gordon, then Blair Miller, then Matt Horton.
Hello, thank you, Council and Mayor. My name is Jose Luis Correa, and I have the privilege of being a member of the 710 Advisory Group. My parents were immigrants to this wonderful country from Mérida, Yucatán, Mexico. We came in the year of 1964. And we lived in this beautiful city, and we settled in the beautiful city of Pasadena. We lived in a little street called Orange Place. Me and my brothers used to walk to Garfield Elementary. We would walk by Mijares Mexican restaurant and get some chips and salsa on the way home some days. And the original owner, who's a Cita, would always give us a free piece of candy. She was a wonderful woman in a wonderful neighborhood. That is what used to be in what everyone's calling the ditch, a wonderful neighborhood. They used to be in the great neighbors that all got along with each other. They're mostly hardworking Latinos, African Americans, and Asians. And our world came, as we knew it, to an abrupt end when we were told we had to move because of the 210 and 710 freeway coming through. My parents were lucky enough to find a home in Pasadena, but most of my neighbors were not so lucky. Although my parents were lucky to find a new home in Pasadena area, my mom used to tell me that she was never as happy as she was when we lived in that little street called Orange Place. And I have my most cherished childhood memories on that street called Orange Place. When my mom found out that I was on the 710 advisory group, she was so happy and would say to me, please try to make it a wonderful neighborhood again. And that is the main reason I wanted to be on the 710 advisory group. When it comes time for the city council to make a decision on what happens to the ditch area, hope you don't forget the hard work that the 710 advisory group has done. Don't forget the countless meetings, the long hours that we had to put in and do what is right and just for people that got displaced. Don't forget on those nights when we were on the last item on the agenda, I was so happy because it was already 9:30 and I had to go to work at 6 the next morning, and our wonderful leader, Danny Park, would say, I just have a few more questions, which would take us way past 10. I've heard some estimates from 2 years to 10 years before we even break ground, okay? Well, if it takes 10 years, I'll be 75. I hope I still be around. And if I am around, I do hope that you remember 710 Advisory Group. And when it comes time to do that picture, that famous picture, the groundbreaking, you know the one, all you guys standing in front with the golden shovel, that you don't forget us.
Mr. Correa.
Maybe call me to come and take a picture. Don't even give me the golden shovel, just a regular shovel. Thank you.
Lee Gordon, followed by Blair Miller, followed by Matt Horton.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. I'm Lee Gordon, chairman of the Pasadena Angels. I'll keep this brief and high level. We are a group that consists of about 100 angel members that are focused in and around the Pasadena area. We are part of the broader TCA Venture Group, so that includes some 350 accredited investors throughout Southern California and beyond. We invest primarily in scalable technologies, and we have a preference for investing in local startups. So I'm here basically to highlight that it's important, I believe, to reserve space for research and development in the former corridor. One of Pasadena's major strengths has always been the connection between the educational and tech institutions, the entrepreneurs, and the investors. And that connection is kept alive by research and development space. It's an opportunity for discoveries to become companies and for companies to grow jobs. And so this is an opportunity that if we don't take it, if we don't make room for it now, those opportunities are going to go elsewhere. There will be cities that are planning intentionally to provide space for those research and development opportunities. So I say to you now simply that there is an opportunity here with the corridor to plan ahead and to make sure that you build Pasadena's future around science, technology, and good jobs for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Blair Miller, and then, sorry, my screen.
Ms. Miller, welcome.
Matt Horton.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Blair Miller. I'm proud to be a member of the Reconnecting Community 710 Advisory Group. I want to thank the council for investing so much into this process. It's been a huge amount of work from both staff and our consultants. At the end of our group's process, I'm hoping that the advisory group can provide the city council with a set of answers to the following questions. In 20 years, how will Pasadena measure success? The form of the built environment, which is most of what you were considering today, will be the most obvious manifestation of that success, transforming it from a space that is only used by cars, except on New Year's Day when it's also used by horses, back into a thriving community. And of course, that form should meet the highest standards of Pasadena design. Success will also be measured in how justice is restored. We've learned so much about the families impacted and the community that was eliminated. The potential for generational wealth was wiped out as the same families displaced from the stub were then affected by redlining and other injustices of the era. The advisory group will produce recommendations for specific ways to restore justice. Success will also be the communities surrounding the stub not being impacted by additional traffic and noise, and success will be a net positive impact on the city's finances, not overwhelming debt. I look forward to working with my fellow advisory group members to bring you a specific vision of what success could look like, for you as the council to evaluate, to put your own stamp on, and to forward to city planning and transportation departments to begin the hard work of transforming that vision into reality. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will turn to the last speaker, Matt Horton, who is participating virtually. Mr. Horton, I will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Pasadena City Council. I'm Matt Horton, a representative of the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation. I'm here today similarly to voice our support of the 710 committees and the city's efforts towards identifying the opportunities for economic revival along the corridor, especially in reserving some of the innovation area for R&D and science-driven research. LADC is a nonprofit organization focused on equitable economic growth in the Los Angeles County region, and was recently part of a consortium granted nearly $24 million towards the attraction of industries in the bioscience and life sciences sectors. And as has been said previously, sectors in the science-driven research like bioscience not only pay strong wages, but offer a wide range of middle skill opportunities. Projects and community assets like the Stub offer us the opportunities to work to attract these clusters and concentration of related economic activity that can create high wage job growth and drive competitive growth to Pasadena and throughout the region. So we at LADC are eager to work towards achieving these goals in partnership with the city, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you, and that completes public comment on this item.
Okay, again, our gratitude to the task force, the working group, I should say, and for all of your efforts. And we feel your pain, Mr. Correa. Those last questions at the end of a night are tough, but it's tough and important work. And so I thank Mr. Parker for asking those questions, and the working group for answering the questions. I mean, without that input, it makes it very difficult to get the complete picture and complete participation. So with that, let's turn to first, Mr. Madison is in the queue. Mr. Madison.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and I'm grateful that we have this opportunity to talk about the 710 stump. I too want to express my gratitude to Mr. Parker and the first working group and then committee for reconnecting Pasadena. Those issues are certainly of paramount importance, and I think I would hope the council is unanimous that this is an opportunity in some way to make amends for the past. I don't think there's any question that amends should be made, and I'll do my level best in this process to do that. My concerns, I think, are going to be no secret, and that is principally that we find ourselves now in the fourth year of fee title ownership of this 50-acre asset. And I want to be very clear that I'm not faulting staff or our consultants or the working group or my district's working group, which I should just mention, when the applications came in for the citywide working group on the 710, a half or more were from my district, from West Pasadena. And that's not as surprising as it might otherwise be, given that the locus of the property, the project, the freeway fight that lasted decades is in West Pasadena. So what we did is, as I know my colleagues are well familiar, when you have numerous applications for one district seat on a body, you make one friend for about 2 weeks and then however many enemies that aren't appointed. I'm exaggerating, but for effect. So what we did is we took those 25 or so other applicants and formed our own West Pasadena working group on the 710 to help advise me and my office about how to proceed. And so gratitude to them as well. I think the thing that's frustrating is, with all credit to all the stakeholders, is the council really hasn't given clear and timely direction about how we should proceed here. Even today's discussion is pretty much maybe this, maybe that. And the groups that have come from the tech and bioscience science communities are welcome. But, I would argue that in the fourth year, we need to be really vigilant now about moving forward with some specific vision that addresses all 7 of the work streams that we identified back in 2022 when we became owners of the property. And those are in the staff report. They've been in every annual update. And I still feel very unsettled about what direction the council is going to give. So on restorative justice, what is the council willing to do and not willing to do? And that's going to be a difficult discussion because there likely won't be immediate consensus on that, but that decision has to be made. How will we make amends, and what specifically will that be manifested in? But equally important are land use, transportation. The overall vision is a basket of all these different work streams that we've identified, and without the council's clear direction, we're going to continue in a sort of state of stasis and be and again, I'm not being critical of anyone other than myself and the rest of the council for not providing that direction to the staff and the consultants. They say hell was a place with endless due process, but no justice. Shakespeare said that there is a tide in the affairs of humans, which if taken at the flood leads on to fortune, but omitted, we lose our ventures. So we have this tremendous asset, this tremendous opportunity, and we need to get going. So I would ask our staff, what can we do today to help you reach final discretionary action in terms of the 7 different work streams, by this council in a timely fashion. Because I went back and looked at all the prior reports on this, and we have moved those deadlines a few times. They've been extended and so forth. And I understand, life has surprises, the fires, for example. But, we need to be able to move forward because we're not realizing the benefits of this tremendous asset. And so that would be a specific question to staff that I would ask now, and then I want to ask some other questions and then wrap up my comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Madison. Actually, as part of the presentation, we did have some questions embedded, and those really were the touch points where the staff and the consultants are hoping to get direction from the council. I don't know, Mayor, if you'd like to go through those now or take the rest of the questions from council, but we're happy to pull each of those slides up one by one and receive your comments.
I think so, and I would just say, Mr. Madison, that's the purpose of tonight's discussion. The staff has gone out, worked with the working group, and now is coming to us with direction, asking questions that will provide the direction. So that is precisely why we're here. So why don't we go ahead and go through the questions so that we can incorporate the answers in our comments.
Sure, and as they bring up the first question was really on slide 14. There we go. So here, this was after, this question is, are there other potential land uses to incorporate in ongoing testing? And you can see some of the examples we're giving here are such as deep tech, civic space, more housing, or other. And I would also like to invite Vaughn Davies to the microphone to help frame these questions also. But here's where the staff was looking for specific questions. We provided some options and some really broad stroke types of land uses in terms of housing, in terms of recreation or open space, in terms of commercial space. And here's where we were hoping to dive a little deeper and get some specific response from the council.
Mr. Madison, I think that was disconnected and is trying to get back so we can.
Just when we're looking for his input. Let's see if we can get Mr. Madison back on. I know he's abroad, so. So let's, in the meantime, move on to Mr. Masuda.
He's in the lobby.
Oh, is he back? Mr. Madison, are you back?
One second. If there's a series of questions, maybe we should just go around and answer them individually, so instead of making statements.
Yeah. Look, this is, we're here to provide direction to staff. And if we can just focus on that, and this will be coming back probably within the next few months for more direction. Mr. Madison, is Mr. Madison back?
He connected to the wrong one.
Okay. Why don't we turn to Mr. Masuda?
Specific questions, though? Is there like a list?
Yeah. Do you have?
Just pull up all the questions.
Unfortunately, we don't have them. We didn't put them on one slide because we had them embedded, but we can read them to you. We can show them to you one at a time. If you have your printouts.
Yeah, why don't we?
I mean, I don't know how everybody else feels about this, but I'm okay with looking at the question, answering that question, and letting everybody go around, and then bring up the next question, and we answer the question, and
Let's
everybody
do
goes
that.
around.
If everybody promises to be quick.
I'll be very quick.
Otherwise, we're just gonna. Okay, yeah. Okay, Mr. Hampton, let's get to the questions.
So if we can go back to slide 14 was the first question, and that one centered on land use. And what are your thoughts on what was presented in terms of land use? And are there other potential land uses that we should incorporate into the testing that we're doing?
Should we go around this way and then this way, and everybody gets a chance?
So let's just, Okay, Ms. Rivas, you go first. And we'll just, I'm not going to go by the, yeah.
Yeah,
Ms.
sure,
Rivas,
just very brief.
you're up.
You took it away. There we go. Yeah, I'm open to more deep tech. Life science is all great. More housing is also great. I wasn't particularly struck by, I don't have a strong desire for more civic space. I don't, I'm not opposed to seeing it or hearing it, but I don't have a strong desire to see more. I feel like we have a lot of great civic spaces in the city already. So that wasn't, it's not the top of my list. I'll just say that. So I'll go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Jones, you're up.
Yeah, I think this is all great, more deep tech. I'm okay with more civic space, obviously more housing, and also some way to use the land to help us achieve our carbon, 100% carbon free by 2030. So maybe that's a small solar farm or a community solar farm. I'm not sure, but I'd be interested in that too.
Okay. Mr. Hampton.
Deep tech is great, maybe light manufacturing or lab work.
In what space?
Wet labs, or even, this is cadaver labs. There's the nearest one is in Pomona.
That's optimistic.
I'm just saying, I mean, if it's deep tech, I mean, that's deep tech. So that's just, off the top. And then civic space, that doesn't include green space, or is that also green space?
That could, anything that's a publicly accessible space that could be characterized that way.
I think with the appropriate walkable space, there should be some amenities walking through this area. So I would be supportive of that. And then, of course, there's a need for housing. But there's definitely a need for, jobs so that people can afford to live here in this community. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Masuda?
My question is to Danny Parker.
No, we're just answering.
We're just, at the moment, we're just going to go through the answering what you. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Cole, thoughts on this question?
Yeah, I have a different perspective. If this is going to develop over the next 20 years and we own the land, I think that we can pretend that we want this, we want a Starbucks and a this, that, and what have you. But over the next 20 years, the economy is going to shift a lot. And I'm more concerned about the building framework. Obviously, we'll have a mix of use. We'll have civic job creation type buildings and civic space, residential and office and labs. But I think that the most important thing is to set the envelope and to recognize that the market is going to have a huge impact on what actually can be built and should be built 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Buildings last a long time. Companies come and go. And so I'm less interested in pretending that we can specify at this stage what exactly is going to end up there. I think we ought to have a flexible enough plan that a variety of uses can be successful. And because we own the land, we can decide to take a lower price for something that we think is more beneficial to local jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Lyon.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with most of the comments I've heard from my colleagues. I do R&D and medical research is the top employer industry in Pasadena. I think that is likely to continue to be true. Mm-hmm. It is built into our brand. We have Caltech and JPL here, and those are not going anywhere. So I do think we should pursue deep tech opportunities. And I think we need to be very forward thinking about the revenue generating opportunities of AI. We are at the beginning of what is likely to be the biggest technical revolution in the history of the world. I think it's going to make the advent of the internet seem like a precursor to this moment. And so we should be thinking about where that lives and seeking out those opportunities. So I would say making space for processing AI is one of the things we should be thinking about. I very much appreciated that the street design is multimodal from the beginning, truly kind of living into our goals there. I also would like to see steps toward our 2030 goal and beyond. I mean, right, 2030 is the beginning of our energy goals, and specifically more green space. Green space seems not very much included in the drawings we saw here. There are a couple of tiny half-block parklets at one side at the west side of the design, and so I would like to see some substantial green space in this part of the city, recognizing that makes economic
Absolutely.
challenges.
Thank you. Mr. Madison on the question? Is Mr. Madison back? Mr. Madison?
Thanks. I'm sorry, I got dropped right after I asked my question of staff, so I'm assuming that was purely, yeah. I was dropped, so I didn't hear an answer to my question, what we can do to help reach the finish line on the 7 work streams.
I think while you were off, we agreed that answering these questions, giving direction to staff is what we can do to move the ball forward.
Okay, Mayor, but I would like an answer from staff about how we can do that.
That was staff's answer, but we can, go ahead.
Yes, council member. So embedded into the PowerPoint presentation, we had a number of questions that we wanted to receive direction from council. And so we have now dropped all of those. There were four main questions, and we have now put them on the screen. And these are the areas where we're hoping to get direction from council in the areas of land use, other social and physical and connectivity or mobility, the balance of public space to development area, because obviously these have great implications on how much we can afford to do there. And then finally, sustainability and resilience are the 4 areas where we'd like to receive direction. And so while you were away, what the council was doing was answering number 1. So, but now that we have them all on one slide, Mayor, it might be, maybe the council members would like to select which ones they'd like to respond to in what order, so.
Why don't we finish with the first question and then, yeah. That was pretty.
Well, Mayor, if I could, since I have the floor, I just want to, and that's very helpful. Ms. Harvey Williams, I would say that when the word other is raised in these questions, it will communicate to the community that we have a default. And is that the consultant's report? Is that what other would mean? Other than what's in Perkins Eastman's report?
And so, council member, are you talking about, for example, under number 2, where we say what other social or physical access and connectivity approaches should the city consider?
Yes, it looks like you took it down from the screen share, but the first question says other, second one says other.
Okay, got it. So, for example, in question number 1, we did present some land uses in very broad strokes, and they were housing uses, they were commercial uses, they were open space and parkland uses. And so we're asking for, in addition to those, are those okay, or are there any other land uses that the council would like the consultant and the staff to incorporate into the land use testing that we're doing?
Okay, again, it looks like it came off the screen share. Could we just leave that up on the screen share, please? The questions?
Okay, we're going to do that. We won't be able to see you, but I'll look to the staff on the side when you raise your hand or whatever. But it's on now.
Just while I've got the floor, if we could. So is it staff's view that these 4 questions address all open questions for the 7 work streams?
Correct. Some of them we've grouped together. So within these 4 questions are responses for the 7 work streams.
And when would staff expect to receive clear direction from the council on these.
And that's actually what we were hoping to receive tonight. We were, council members have been going through and telling us their issues, or I'm sorry, responding to the questions, and we are taking copious notes, and we hope to go back and synthesize that.
And Mr. Ransom, you'll recall that these are the questions that the ad hoc committee agreed, and you're a member of the ad hoc, agreed we would bring forward when staff asked us the question. Are these the correct questions?
So I'm just trying to get to a point where we have the answers and we're moving forward on each and every one of them.
That's what we're doing.
But let me ask staff, so when would you expect to be able to have a final answer on these questions and the 7 work streams so that we can vote thumbs up or thumbs down at the council on the 7 work streams?
We don't know if council wants to reach consensus tonight, or again, as we are taking copious notes, we would be very much prepared to synthesize this and bring it back to the council in the form of another report, and then to make definitive questions. We also have an opportunity tomorrow. The ad hoc committee has a meeting tomorrow, and we're hoping to follow up on this meeting with a very robust discussion on all of these questions tomorrow as well.
Council ad hoc.
Council ad hoc, I'm sorry.
So Mayor, I think it would be very helpful for the council to essentially set a deadline for us to act on the 7 work streams. And I recognize that's a lot of work. We may need another workshop because even in the questions that I'm hearing from my colleagues, or the responses, I guess, to these, I'm hearing a lot of maybe this, maybe that. And I think we really need to come together around clear answers and decisions. And likely there won't be perfect consensus through the community or through the city council, but I think our obligation as leaders is to move this forward and start to realize the tremendous benefits that this asset offers, recognizing that there's a changing legal and legislative landscape below our feet. And I would submit for one that that's not going to get better with time. It can only create more change, more controversy. And so the sooner the better in terms of moving forward.
Yeah.
I did want to ask staff if we've consulted with any real estate developers to get their feedback or input on what they would do with this opportunity.
In terms of looking at the land use, yes, and I will also turn to Vaughn Davies to help respond to this question, but I can tell you that Perkins Eastman did use as a sub-consultant AECom, and that is what they did and what they provided us is working with these developers. And Vaughn, I don't know if you want to add some more to that.
Yeah, I'll try and add some color to it. I think we have tried to accommodate or develop a plan and a framework that will be able to accommodate a variety of uses. So I'd like to say that we're sort of agnostic as to where it goes, where each use goes, or when it comes on board, because the market will drive that, as we heard from Councilmember Cole. I think in asking this question about are there other uses, oftentimes there is a catalytic project waiting out there that somebody's been dreaming about, and we need to bring that to the table or make sure that we're not precluding that as we move forward. We've heard that biotech and deep tech is a very strong contender for some of these early catalytic projects, and we've made sure that in our plan we have a campus-like environment at the south end. Should we get a user who comes on board and says they want to build at scale a campus-like environment to accommodate some of that. That's probably less likely to happen at the north end, for instance, where we're on Colorado Boulevard, and there are other forces that are in play about creating a civic environment and being respectful of the scale on Colorado Boulevard and taller buildings that maybe have smaller footprints and would go taller. So we have different uses, and that could be in some of these, let's say, white boxes or agnostic boxes that we have. But if there are any uses out there that we have not heard from the community, and we have reached out to the the real estate community. We've interviewed a variety of people. We know, for instance, that there may be an opportunity for some hospitality, although it may be a smaller footprint initially, but we don't want to preclude that the hospitality industry drives forward as the years proceed, and usually there's probably in increments of 3 to 6 or 10 years that you keep adding that inventory. But the big catalytic uses, like we've heard, biotech, would be something that we want to make sure we're not precluding and that we're actually fostering, let's say, moving forward. So when we say other uses, is there something that you've heard on the radar that we haven't heard on the radar? And it could be anything.
Well, I think, and again, this is not a criticism, but I think what this sounds a lot like to me is a master plan, specific plan process. And that certainly is valuable work. But we own this property. So I think it's not just a case of zoning and allowing opportunity, but I think we have an obligation to the community to actually utilize the property ourselves or enter into transactions that result in its utilization sooner rather than later. We lived through the biotech specific plan in South Fair Oaks, and it was decades before we bore fruit in that regard. We've got a tremendous need for jobs and affordable housing and better transportation modalities right now in our city. So I think the reason I asked whether we'd enlisted any prominent persons from our community, and goodness knows we have plenty, the references to the science and educational community was speaking my language for sure, with Caltech and Carnegie and JPL and Art Center and all the others. If we can't be a leader here, who can? And I would say the same about real estate development. The city council is being asked basically to be the board of a real estate development firm developing a 50-acre parcel of property that we've acquired. And I just think it'd be helpful to actually get not consultants who know developers, but actual developers who have our interest and our public interest at heart, to tell us not what they would do themselves, but how we should be approaching that. And then in terms of the report, I noticed that we don't have, as we usually do in the annual updates, a report out on the $220 million of transportation funds. And I wondered why that was, or did I miss it? And if so, I apologize. That's a question for staff.
I'd like to just call up Joaquin Siquez. He can give us a brief report on the status of the near-term projects.
And I believe Councilmember
Yeah, so
Madison.
that's not, excuse me, sorry, City Manager, that's not what I was asking for. I was asking, did I miss it in the report? And if it's not in there, why not?
Is the question, why are the near-term projects not included in this report?
Not just the near-term projects, the $220 million of funding that we have for, 710 related traffic projects that's been in every annual report, I think, to date. But it seemed like it wasn't in this one. So if it's an oversight, it's fine. But I do think we want to get that information back into this sort of ongoing dialogue that we're having.
And Councilmember Madison, there are two separate work streams, the relinquishment, which is the $2 million study effort, versus the about $180 million for the 710 near-term projects. And those are the Measure R mobility improvement projects. And we can look at combining those, but typically we're treating those as two separate work streams.
Mr. Madison, just so I'm clear, are you talking about the dollars that we were provided flexibility, that we asked for flexibility on when we didn't go with the Gold Line?
California Boulevard, Great Separation?
Great Separation at California Boulevard. Are those the dollars?
Yes, Mayor. And again, it may just be a change in practice, but I went back and read the annual reports that we've received before, and there was a section on that. And so I was just curious why it wasn't in this annual update.
Yeah, those dollars are not 710 traffic related. They were there to make up for the fact that they were repurposed, I should say,
Yeah, so Mayor, my question was for staff.
But
And-
let me just, and let me give you my input. Those dollars were for the purpose of mitigating the fact that we did not go with the at-grade separation. The council, you'll recall, at that time then decided to use those dollars to mitigate traffic, including in the 710 corridor outside of Arroyo in California. And so that was a determination made by the council, not by, and a request that was made to, I think it was Metro.
And Mayor, I can provide a quick response. We did include a report in the first annual update. We did not include it in the second one or this third one, but we certainly could. Just provide a separate report, whatever you'd like. But yeah, we can provide updates on the Measure R. It's 181 million is my recollection of what was approved, with 49 million in reserve that's still available to us. And again, we can, happy to provide it in the next report or a separate report, and we will, if the council so directs, include it in the fourth annual
Sure.
update.
And I've seen a report on those, but I'm just not recalling where. Mr. Madison, as to question number one.
Yeah, no, Mayor, I want to finish with the questions
Okay.
that I had for staff. If I could, I'll be very brief. So, City Manager, my recollection of those transportation projects is that they do accomplish some of the goals and objectives of the transportation work stream of the 7 for the 710. So I think it was a good idea to include those in the discussion, and I would continue to do that. But obviously, I defer to my colleagues and to staff's professional conclusion about that. And then the final thing I wanted to mention is that there was a question early on tonight about Sequoia School, and that is outside the 50 acres that we now own, of which, as I understand, only about 38 are usable, which is still a sizable number. But we are struggling with Caltrans to assist the nonprofits in acquiring their parcels. And as I think everyone around the dais knows, that's been more complicated perhaps than the legislation would indicate. And we're in touch with our legislators and others. And David Kranis and Tony Harris at Point C have been tremendously helpful in that regard, trying to resolve that, as well as a number of other issues with Caltrans that relate to the homes and the tenants and so forth. So not directly on point tonight, but I did want to just provide any information that I had about that because it came up earlier.
Okay.
So, Mayor, I would just conclude by saying I do think this process will move more expeditiously, which, after 3+ years is probably appropriate. If the council this evening could set some at least tentative deadlines around moving forward on all the 7 work streams. And I would be prepared to support, for example, by the 4th anniversary next August of our ownership of the property, having a clear vision and having a discretionary or other action, which again would include not just sitting as a zoning authority, but also potential financial transactions. And the climate issue, of course, is huge. All the 7, restorative justice, all of it. I would urge us to set a deadline for ourselves, which, of course, if circumstances change, we could always revise that. But otherwise, I just fear that we're going to continue to be mired in stasis, and staff won't have the direction that they need to pursue this fabulous opportunity. So thank you, Mayor.
How about as to question number 1, Mr. Madison? That's what we're looking for right now. Are there other potential land uses to incorporate in ongoing testing beyond what was presented, in your view?
Well, again, I think I have a vision for the property. I'm happy to lay that out for staff. I reject the word other because it makes an assumption that many in the community have shared with me, sort of confirmed suspicions that they have that this is a consultant-led decision, not a city council-led decision. So I'll communicate my views on all 4 of these questions, but I don't want to fall into the trap of agreeing that those are necessarily the questions that we should be asking right now. For me, it's much more important that we set some timelines for the council to make decisions.
I don't think it's a trap. You and I sit on the same ad hoc where we agreed these were the correct questions to ask. But let's, if you don't have a response for a question 1, 2, 3, or 4, then we'll just go and proceed with responses. My response to question 1 is first and foremost, yes, I think there are other land uses, green space, for example. I do think we should focus on innovation, technology at the outset. I mean, our job is to set the infrastructure in a way that capitalizes on what we know to be true right now. Mr. Cole's correct. We don't have the crystal wall, but our job is to, set the table, if you will, and give flexibility for changing and for change and adaptation in the future. So future councils can change that. I am concerned about the envelope, and I hear Mr. Cole. I think that's a great suggestion, but this is the concern that I have. How do we set the envelope when the state has taken so much out of our hands? How do we, envision what height, what density, when the state, through legislation like SB 9 and its progeny since then, including SB 79, say, take that envelope out of our hands. Make no mistake about it, and we're looking at it. But if as I believe that it is, SB 79 is triggered in this area because of its proximity to Gold Line and bus lines. That envelope is going to be out of our hands, and we're going to have the potential for up to 9-story buildings there. That's something that we need to study very, very carefully, particularly because the transit component of the project isn't even in our own hands. Caltrans will determine that, and I can imagine what the once they trigger that, if it falls under SB 79, I think it will anyway because of proximity to other uses like the Gold Line. So I'm concerned about that, and so I'd like some thinking on the part of staff. But in terms of innovation, medtech, I would add green space to that list. I think Mr. Hampton said that. And then, the big picture for me, as we think about these land uses, is how to incorporate, we have a beautiful historic district to the east. Then we have this gap. Then we have, a transportation corridor going through. Then we have to the west, beautiful facilities like the Ambassador, and then a transition to the neighborhoods. I think how we blend those, and it's also a public safety corridor to Huntington Hospital. And so how we blend all those uses is important as we answer question number 1, and you come back to us with something that's synthesized that we can react to. Because that's going to be very, very important. Protecting the fabric of Old Pasadena, the neighborhoods, the transportation corridor, the public safety corridor to the hospital, all need to be woven in as we think about these appropriate land uses. And finally, in terms of timelines, look, I think we all want to get this moving and going. The fire did set us back in some of these, in this case, in terms of having, momentum, but in terms of the staff work and the work of our consultants and the work of the working group, that continued. Now it's our job to accept it, refine it, give our input as we're doing today. But I don't want this council or this city to set artificial timelines. What I'm looking for in terms of land uses is getting it right. I always think about the Paseo, Colorado, and the rush to redevelop that property that brought us the Pasadena Plaza. And we have been trying to reinvent that property after we created that appendage because people wanted an artificial timeline. And that has been an appendage in our city since then. And so setting artificial timelines, I think would be a mistake. I think getting it right is the challenge as we think about land uses and going forward. So now we'll move to question number 2. Ms. Rivas?
Sure, and maybe this is something that has already been discussed, but I didn't hear expressly brought up today, but just making sure we're figuring out how to address the folks who commute westbound on the 210 through the ditch down to the 110. And is the plan to divert those folks, or just how that's going to be handled? I haven't heard that addressed here, and it sounds like that's a big piece of the transportation puzzle we have to figure out. So that's the thing I hope we figure out. Thanks.
Mr. Jones?
Yeah, I would agree with that, figuring out how we're going to transport people. And real quick, if I could just go back to question 1, Councilmember Lyon brought up data centers, and I would be supportive. At first, I had a negative reaction, but I'd be supportive of like a municipal AI data center in this area for like using clean energy.
I agree. Item number 2 is a transportation related question. So, keep the cars moving.
People.
And people and cyclists and people walking dogs.
Yeah. Or cats. Yeah. No, absolutely. All right. Mr. Suda.
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree that 2 is about transportation. And I hope that the focus by the residents had a lot of input regarding bike lanes, walking, running, and open space. So those would be the focus that I would be hoping for. Thank you.
Mr. Cole.
Just a moment of context, Mayor, if you would. I really strongly believe in reconnecting Pasadena. There's a tremendous temptation and an opportunity, frankly, to make this a from-scratch, iconic, to use that overused word, addition. Another Caltech, another Rose Bowl, another dramatic addition. That's not my vision. I really think that we have a very powerful old Pasadena and a very powerful West Pasadena residential neighborhood, and reconnecting them as they were before Caltrans rolled the bulldozers. I was at first skittish about the consultant's approach to respecting the artificial terrain that Caltrans created, because I think that makes it more difficult to reconnect because you've now got a ditch. But I've come to appreciate the decision to respect the artificial terrain because of the tremendous cost of filling in the ditch, environmentally and financially. So it is difficult to reconnect the east-west streets that are not now bridged by Caltrans cement, structures. So my concern, to answer question number 2, is I really think for this neighborhood to be able to nestle between Old Pasadena and the West Pasadena residential area to the west, it will be very important to deal with this traffic. And Mayor, you and I have discussed the sensitivities of expectations around regional traffic, realities around regional traffic, and also my deep concern about continuing to flood the neighborhoods south of California with freeway-style traffic, and with high-intensity development of both residential and office in this corridor, that in turn will add additional local traffic and potentially regional traffic to reach the job centers there. So I think that this is the most important challenge, And I agree with Councilmember Madison that it may not be possible to reach total consensus, and we are not the sole decision maker, as you've emphasized, Mayor, in which I understand. But I do think that if we're going to reconnect Pasadena, we're going to have to do everything we can to make this a neighborhood that is not a bypass for regional commuter traffic, but rather has its own ability to serve the surrounding community and reconnect what Caltrans disrupted decades ago.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Lyon.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't need to belabor the point. I think the Vice Mayor said it and then all of us repeated it. But what I didn't see here was what we're doing with all those cars that have already been moving through this area, where they're going. And then I do want to think about how this part of the city relates to the Rose Bowl and how it relates to, both in terms of traffic and just in terms of being a part of our city, and how it relates to Northwest Pasadena. There's still an artificial barrier in between there, but I think we talked a lot about reconnecting east to west, but also I want to be thinking about reconnecting north to south.
Well said. I think we have a responsibility to move people in cars. Otherwise, that traffic spills into the neighborhoods. And that's one of the challenges that the the Transportation Commission, California Transportation, gave to us is, remember, this is a transportation corridor. And so, one, it would be irresponsible for us to just pretend it's not a need that we need to address. And two, may turn the state, as we're looking for resources and approve. We still have to go back to them once we have a plan, and get it approved. Am I correct about that?
I don't know whether they have an approving decision.
Director of Transportation Joaquin Sekas can shed some light.
Yeah, so once we get through and develop this plan, we do have to go back and provide the transportation purpose for the corridor. So we're looking at.
Not for the, I apologize, I was overbroad. For the transportation component of the plan. Is that correct?
We do have to go back, yes, and provide a transportation purpose for the corridor back to CTC and eventually the Federal Highway Administration.
Essentially show, and the Federal Highway Administration as well, I forgot about that one. And show how we are accommodating for the flow of traffic. That's a mandate that we have, is my understanding.
And Mayor, you and I have had this dialogue, and I agree with you that that's an important consideration. I do think we need to be thoughtful about simply accommodating an existing level of traffic, which is an historic injustice to this city and to the residents. And so, again, there's a reality, and there are other stakeholders, but I think we should continue to do everything we can to reduce and mitigate that traffic and that cut through through residential. And I think we're in agreement on that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I've always said traffic is like water. It will find the path of least resistance. And if we don't plan for that, then the path of least resistance will be the neighborhoods. And so that's what I mean by it would be irresponsible if we don't plan for that or weave into this plan those transportation needs.
I apologize for belaboring, but traffic is like water in that if you provide a river for it, it will fill up.
Yeah, that's true too.
And
that's
so
the balance.
So we do need to make sure we're not continuing to perpetuate a giant river.
And it is an arroyo. And so one other, I'm going to take from Mr. Jones and go back on land uses to number one, as now that I've answered number two. Well, now that we've gone to number two, first on number one, when we think about tech, and right now med tech, and when we think about innovation, it really is, Caltech, JPL, Carnegie, but we also have we've attracted the Ford Design Center to Pasadena. And so thinking about it more broadly, innovation, I'm not suggesting we haven't, but, you know, back to General Motors, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry, General Motors, not Ford. Thank you. But, you know, thinking about innovation in the broader sense of the term goes back to Mr. Cole's point of we don't know what innovation will be. But I'll tell you, innovation, there's always going to be a need for innovation. And to Mr. Lyons' point, we don't even know what that innovation will be. And so around cars, around med tech, all of that, it should be given consideration.
One of the realities, Mayor, is that innovation often likes old warehouses and cheap rents, and and so we're going to be building brand new construction. So the startups, I mean, research centers, yes. Mature companies, yes. But the startups are probably not going to go into the brand new buildings.
The spin-offs, yeah. Well, there's the distinction between the manufacturing and the design, you know, and the research. And so, you know, Caltech spins off, I forget what the number is, 25 companies a year or something, as does the design center. And what I hear from the people at Caltech and the Art Center College of Design, and you know, is they're looking for a place to capture the talent. And that's our job, is to find the space to capture that talent, keep them. They want to live here, they want to be here, and keep them here. That's a big part of what makes our city different and interesting. And so we have to capture them, and then as they grow, they can go to other places. But that's the challenge, Mr. Cole, from my perspective. I think we covered connectivity.
I mean, there's a lot of discussion,
Oh,
so
Mr. Madison, did you have comments? I took your comments to say you would get your responses, but did you have to the staff
Yes.
directly? But did you have an answer for question 2?
I do have a comment
Okay.
on this question, Mayor,
Thank you.
and that is that the staff report, as I read it, really basically says TBD based on what Caltrans tells us. And I think I just join in the comments of my colleagues that we need more emphasis here on traffic calming. My expectation is that the on and off ramps will be closed. I think as a technical matter, we need Caltrans's support for that, but I'm not aware of, our transportation consultants would know better, of course, but I'm not aware of any time in our history when the federal government or the state has tried to claw back any sort of relinquishment like this. So I think we should be forward thinking about the transportation and mobility element of this, and that part of this sort of plan needs a lot of work. My own personal goal here would be, which is something I've advocated for years, so far unsuccessfully, but if at first you don't succeed, is if one looks at a map of light rail in our region, a sixth grader could tell you that what we're missing is a continuation of the Gold Line, or now the A train, from the place where it heads east at the 210 west. And we should be able to move persons from Pasadena to, for example, the Burbank Airport on light rail. People who come to events at the Rose Bowl should be able to depart a rail line at essentially the freeway interchange, what now is the interchange with the stump, and it would be a pretty easy walk for most folks to get down to the Rose Bowl, or we could have shuttles there. So I think, that's the kind of forward-thinking thing that should included in the plan. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. That's the connectivity issue, and I agree with you that we ought to be thinking about those. But again, SB 79, once we do that, are we triggering SB 79? And so we should, again, I'm going to keep harping on that one every chance I get, because it's terrible legislation. By the way, supported by our own assembly member and state senator, which I'm not happy about.
Well, Mayor, just on that point, I don't know if we've gotten legal advice or staff input. Again, this isn't just a zoning matter. We own this property. So we'll need to, going forward, to see what the contours are of our legal obligations. If in fact, we're
absolutely.
entering into a development agreement or some other method to achieve what we know is in our best interest.
Well, and we've had that discussion. So this is my concern there, Mr. Madison. You know, it's not just the stub itself. I agree with you 100%. We own the stub, and we can probably manage the development of that stub. But once we put these transportation modes, connectivity in, or the state decides to put in their mobility stuff in, or we do, as you suggest, which I think is good thinking, connect the Rose Bowl with some sort of, light rail to, once we do all of that, then think of the properties around within half a mile of the stub. And we don't control those. And so the ripple effect will be not necessarily in the stub. We have more control of that. It's outside of the stub that the impact will be felt, thanks to SB 79. It's crazy.
It's an excellent point, Mayor, and our staff should be all over. I mean, block by block analysis of the current and future implications, for sure.
And by the way, while we're at it, I'd like us to have a closed session discussion on that to give guidance once we better understand SB 79. Okay. Question number 3. What are your thoughts on the balance of public space to development area?
Mayor, before we answer question number 3, because we spent a lot of time on 1 and 2, I just want to make sure that staff is clear, because if they're following dialogue, are staff good with 1 and 2?
Yes, we are. As I mentioned earlier, we're going to be taking this feedback from all of the council members and synthesizing it. We hear a lot of common themes. And before moving forward, we will verify that this is the direction that council wants us to move.
Perfect. I don't want to belabor it. I'm ready to go to 3.
Okay. Let's go to number 3. Ms. Rivas, it's recorded too. Nobody wants to listen to it. This is...
Brenda will listen to it later. I was expecting more green space, or maybe more concentrated green space. I think Councilmember Lyon mentioned this earlier. I was expecting, in my mind, always envisioning like a dedicated park. And maybe there's a reason to not do that, to not have a large amount of green space dedicated altogether. But I was kind of hoping to see that. And so that's my thought on this question.
Okay. Mr. Jones.
Yeah, I would be in favor of more public space, more green space, and because we know it's healthy for the environment, it's healthy for our residents too. And I believe the Metro BRT will connect Pasadena to Burbank, and that's something we brought to MSC as well.
Mm-hmm. And the Burbank BRT will also invite SB 79. Mr. Hampton.
Thank you. Question number 3, you looking for percentages? I really don't know how that would look, but I was thinking like 20%. Our largest park in the city is Brookside. The Arroyo, of course, is about 90% of our green space. So as long as there's an appropriate path to connect this space to our green space, that people could walk or run, jog to, because it's not a very far walk to the Arroyo, I think 20%.
Thank you. Mr. Masuda, green space, or balance of public space versus development.
Well, when I think of green space, I think of open space, and that I'm definitely pro open space. I don't know, Mr. Hampton, there has to be a percentage. I think 20% is rather high, but for a project. But I wouldn't fight it if that was the direction that the working group discussed with all of you. So I thank you for that, and I hope to hear more about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cole.
I am conscious that there's Singer Park immediately to the south. There's Central Park on the other side to the east, and there's the Arroyo not all that far to the west. So I'm not sure that I'm in favor of sort of a big new park. Although I am intrigued with the idea of a significant water feature in the area where it currently fills up with water, right? We can fill that in, or we could, take advantage of that because people love water. And I think a more natural water feature rather than some of the more manicured water features that are featured in the current schematics makes more sense to me. I would be open to something that because people like to jog around water. You look at the water in MacArthur Park, the water in Echo Park. People go out and do the little paddle boats. I mean, water is such a powerful draw. So if there were a large park, that would be where I would invest. And I think the rest of it should be primarily for the local residents, the places where they can take their dogs and their kids, and rather than a citywide amenity, again, with the exception of exploring a significant water feature.
Thank you. So I am attracted to the green space and open space. I think those are, oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Lyon.
Running theme tonight.
Yeah.
I would like to see concentrated green space, and I'm open to some water element as well.
Okay. Mr. Madison, did you want to have an answer on this, or are you going directly to staff? Mr. Madison?
Yep, thank you, Mayor. So I want to respond to some of the comments that have been made. And let's be honest with one another. Our residential impact fees, or the requirement that we dedicate space to recreational use, is a mitigation of the impact and, both the impact and the needs of increasingly denser multifamily housing that has on our community and on the residents of that housing. People need, as I think it was stated, a place to walk the dog and get some fresh air and sit and read the newspaper or whatever they'd like. So I get nervous when I hear, well, it doesn't have to be on site, because I think that could reveal the idea that, well, we can generate these residential impact fees and then use them somewhere else in the city. That's not the intent of the in lieu fee or the requirement that the actual square footage or acreage be devoted. It's to mitigate the new housing that's there. So I think we could, for example, again, because we're the owners, we could require that for this parcel, there actually be space provided rather than paying a fee, which is always subject to debate as to whether it's enough or appropriate. And of course, either way, a fee doesn't guarantee that the impact is mitigated and that the new residents have the public space they need. And I personally think any of the other alternatives that have been sort of offered on this argument are inadequate and not sufficient for this parcel. This parcel should have public space. And I really oppose a water feature. I think it would be ironic if we're seeking to reconnect Pasadena, but right in the middle we put, what some have described as a moat between West Pasadena and the rest of the city. And I think also it's just not the highest and best use of the property. This is valuable acreage that can be used in so many other ways, more actively, more beneficially for the city's fisc and quality of life than a water feature that I personally oppose that. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. A bridge. Mr. Hampton wants a bridge over the water.
We don't have water, we don't have to find the money to build a bridge.
So better than a tunnel. So let's, sorry. Yes, I like the balance of public space. I think we shouldn't predetermine what that is. I think green space, open space, public space is important. Again, connecting, maybe not, figuring out a way to connect with the broader open space in the Arroyo without triggering SB 79 or, its progeny. Bicycle paths, from the public space, from the from the space to the others' public space in and around the development area. Bicycle paths, walking paths, all of that, as a means of connecting to the Rose Bowl and the remainder of the Arroyo. Okay. Next, question number 4. Ms. Rivas, you're up.
I don't think I have anything additional to add, but I do have concerns. I think two council members raised data centers potentially as being a good fit here. And I personally, that's not something I'd like to see. They're extremely energy intensive. I don't know how that'd help. A clean, okay. Well, I'd like to hear more from you all then, but I'm hesitant about that. So that's all I have for this question. Thank you.
Mr. Jones, you're up.
Thanks, Mayor. I thought the items laid out in the presentation were pretty good. I would support a water, capturing water on this project as well. Maybe a bioretention, water capture to add to our water table. That'd be pretty good. And then the data center, for sure, obviously, as they exist currently, right, I wouldn't be supportive of that. I don't think that's what Councilmember Lyon nor I were mentioning. I think a municipal data center for AI, maybe the city starts to develop its own AI application, and we use that data center, municipal owned, ran on clean energy to harvest data and push out an AI application for that. Yeah, so that's what I'd be in favor of.
If I may take a moment of privilege, because I see some people in the audience leaving, and the recharging of the basin is very important to incorporate into this. And so we should be working into this project. We should be working with, Cynthia, what's your group's name? Yeah, Metropolitan Water District, thank you. Sorry, I didn't.
A little bigger than
I didn't really ask that out loud.
What's that little organization you
Can
work
we
with?
edit that right out? Yeah. Geez, all right. But working with Met and something to put on Met's work plan and incorporating this project. Okay, now.
And it's also potentially the county and Measure W, and
Yeah.
maybe it's a site for another project. Yeah.
Okay, who's up?
I agree with that, Mayor. I had put gray water, recharged water, since a lot of water ends up going there, recharge of the basin. Also, battery storage, potentially underground if there's not a water feature. And solar, I guess we should incorporate that in all of the new buildings that are built in the area.
Yeah.
Or like a solar farm instead of that water. We could just put a solar farm there, and then we could just everybody could sunbathe.
And then the geese will land there like they do in the desert.
Yeah. That's it.
And be hurt. Mr. Masuda.
Well, I think I would go into the direction of solar, and thank you for mentioning that. I think based on this question, I would like to promote having Wi-Fi more available for our residents wherever possible. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Cole, followed by Mr. Lyon.
So this question is about environmental aspects, because there's one aspect that I think I would like the council to consider, so I'll wait until we finish with this question.
Yeah, just go ahead, jump in.
Well, it doesn't have to do with the environment, is my point.
Oh, okay, got it.
I'll wait.
Mr. Lyon?
So yes to solar on all of these buildings. Going forward, city-owned, city-created buildings should contribute to our carbon-free energy. I have a maybe non-environment related item that I'm going to throw out now, which is the thing I haven't seen in any of this is the plan. This is less for Vaughn, but more for maybe the city manager piece of it all. Like, is a plan for how we're going to do this. So I know I'm sympathetic to Councilmember Madison's desire to do this quickly, but realistically, I want that to happen too, but realistically, this is a generational project. We're talking about something that's going to go on for the next 25 or 30 years,
Let's hope
probably.
not. I get your point.
Or more. And so how we're doing that, is it, are we going to create a corporation to do it, akin to the Rose Bowl Operating Company or the Civic Center? I don't know that the council really has the bandwidth to operate this on a day-to-day basis. And then is it one big development agreement? Is it 3 development agreements? I noticed that we had the 3 blocks conceived. That needs to be a part of our conversation early, and that's the one piece I didn't really hear tonight, is the framework for how we do this project.
Mr. Mayor, that was literally exactly what I wanted to raise.
You just read his notes.
Yeah,
that's a very good point.
And for the same reasons that Mr. Lyon articulated, building on Councilmember Madison's impatience, which we all share, is we can make plans all day, and then that needs to be implemented. We're going to be the owners and the managers and the guiders of this, and there's going to be up times and down times. There's going to be times when the market is hot and we can strike deals that are favorable to the city, and there'll be times when the market is not hot, and we will have to decide, are we willing to take a lower price, or are we going to wait out the market to turn around? These are decisions that I don't think we have in-house capacity. And I think that there was a redevelopment agency in this city. It was controversial because it operated too independently of the city council. And so Mayor Bogard, during his first term, brought that entity back under the umbrella of the city, but it still maintained an identity. And I think we're going to need some people who understand how to develop and manage real estate in-house over time. There are base closure authorities that are on another precedent of a public entity. The development of Golden Gate Park, I'm sorry, not Golden Gate, the Presidio in San Francisco, which was a base in an urban area, highly sensitive, big concerns with neighbors, and tremendous innovation. Lucas, built a campus there. Plenty of amenities built in as well for the public. So I think Councilmember Lyon and I are in accord. We should be thinking not just about what we want, but what is the delivery mechanism, and where does it sit? How do we fund it? Because it will take money up front. It will be a while before we see income come in. What's the role of consultants? Because it will come as no surprise that I'm not allergic to them, but I am skeptical of them. There are places for
having been one
for specialized expertise, but there's also ways in which we end up being milked by entities on a retainer. So I think this is I don't know if this fits in one of the 7 work streams that Mr. Madison referenced, but I think this is a very critical element of actually accomplishing the 7 work streams.
Thank you. The consultant remark I'll add, will qualify with present company excluded. Our consultants have done a great job getting us to this point, and I want to thank them, so.
Perhaps you can.
That's why I said I'm not allergic to them, but I'm skeptical of them.
Yeah.
Perhaps you can provide a little bit of additional information about the financial consultant we've hired and brought on board to look at things like tax increment financing, EIFDs, all the different types of ways we might finance it. I think when we get the finance plan in place or
Yeah.
some options, I think that's going to start giving some structure to how we're going to manage it going forward. But Brendan might have some more information to share on that.
Yeah, and I might add that Development Director Dave Klug is an integral part of our team, and we are looking forward to different ways and strategies that this development might happen. I don't want to call it a generational development, but we know that it won't all happen at once. And we are privileged to have a few consultants who can advise us on that. Vaughn Davies, standing at the podium, has experience on developing long-term projects like this, as does our own Dave Granis there in the audience, who also has shared his thoughts and his experience on how projects like this have developed over time. So we definitely are looking towards that next step. As the city manager mentioned, we have actually, the development department has hired the consultant Cosmont to look at these potential funding strategies, and particularly in terms of an EIFD, one of the things we want to do with that is jump on it early before there are land use designations, because we'll be able to secure funding at a much cheaper rate. So there's a number of strategies in that area. They're not fleshed out. We didn't necessarily bring them to you tonight because we wanted to get some direction. And then once we have a little bit of direction, we can then share what some of those strategies are. And I don't know if you'd like to hear a little bit more from Vaughn or even from Granis on how some examples of how this has happened in the past with other locations.
Yeah, I think, the models need to be really fleshed out. I mean, this is now it's my turn. Your point is exactly the point I wanted to raise. And it's a very good point. It's an important point. We should get moving on that work, and it sounds like staff has already done some of that work. The financing structure, the how much land we retain for long-term leases, how much of the land we sell right off for money to get the infrastructure in place, to get, to do some of the work that will allow others to redevelop. I mean, we haven't started to talk about the infrastructure costs. And so there's going to be a blend of properties that we sell right away to get some of that income, with restrictions on what can go there. And then, land that we may want to hold for ongoing costs to service that infrastructure. I don't know. And so that would be important. So, is it a Mello-Roos district, for example? Is it, so the blend of properties that we hold and sell, and also the Mello-Roos, all will, concepts like that will inform the financing structure, in my view. And so I'd like to see us come back with more of that once it's hashed out a bit more.
So, thank you, Mayor. And
by the way, I'm sorry, Mr. Cole.
No, go ahead.
The Irvine, I think Irvine has a model, and I'm not sure if that's a Mello-Roos, but the Irvine Company redevelopment is a model, that one of many that we should be looking at. And so I would encourage us to do that. And I see Mr. Granis and others in staff, in the audience and staff nodding their head. And so I'm bolstered by that. Mr. Cole?
again, just one more element, which is I think it's better to have at least a director come on board sooner than later, because we often make plans that we hand over to someone else. And then we say, okay, you implement this plan. I would be much more comfortable with someone who helps shape the plans rather than we, in the abstract, come up with these grand plans and then say, okay, now we're going to hand it to you. I think there's real value in having someone or some ones who are not traditional city staff members. The developing 50 acres of land is very different than operating a library, very different from operating a police department, very different even than economic development policy and marketing for a city. Developing a piece of land by the public sector, and I think it'll be critical because otherwise we end up farming it out to a developer. And here's the problem with farming it out to a developer, is they're taking on risk, and they're not gonna wanna pay the premium because they're taking on risk. If we as a public entity take on the risk, we have the benefit of the upside, which we would be giving away to the extent that we sell property or master develop it. I think there's, we can hold on to some land and wait through what a developer would have to pay in holding costs. So I think it's really important sooner rather than later to engage the kind of people who can lead this process into the implementation phase and have them be part of the planning phase, rather than go through the entire planning phase and then say, okay, now we start the implementation and we bring in a whole new set of people. I think there's a continuity that's very important.
Are you advocating for consultants?
No, I'm advocating for us to actually figure out what kind of entity we want to create
I say that
and then hire someone.
I agree with you. I agree with all of your comments.
A Jens or
Yeah.
you know, a Michael, you know, who
can curate
has with
Yeah.
PCOC or with Rose Bowl, who actually is an executive responsible for moving it forward.
It may be a couple of people, because this is going to require infrastructure, or a few people thinking on infrastructure and financing of infrastructure, thinking of the planning and land use issues and helping to guide us, and then the financing structure. You know, how we achieve that, and build the infrastructure. And that's precisely the blend that I was talking about. And so I agree with you, and it's probably going to be a team as we recreate this part of our city. Okay, I think, Mr. Madison? Sorry.
No, no worries. Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think that was all very helpful, and I think maybe my colleagues have articulated better than I did previously. You know, when I was talking about, have we talked to a real estate developer, you know, somebody that actually does this? I think that was what I was trying to describe, the sense of not what we're actually building, but how we go about it. And I'm a little less comfortable, at least presently, with hiring new staff. I think we have great staff to do it, but the points are good ones, that our staff is not in the business of developing huge, valuable parcels of real estate. And so, and here I want to just renew, I think on this fourth question, you know, I would say one thing is we should have a clear goal of having maximum economic benefit from the property, given that we are going to want to provide a lot of affordable housing there, I would think. And so I'm going to be skeptical about any other uses that require the diversion of public resources, including the lost opportunity to generate more property tax, sales tax, and so forth. But I think here again, Mayor, all of this will be bettered, and I don't frankly agree that anything we do at this point is going to be done quickly, as we're in our fourth year of this. Certainly if we were at a real estate development firm and 4 years ago we acquired 50 acres and we didn't have a plan or a financing model or sort of all those 7 work streams accounted for, we'd have some explaining to do. But of course, government doesn't operate like a private firm, and for good reason. We should be deliberative, thoughtful, and involve all stakeholders. That's the Pasadena way. But now it's time. We've got to get going on this. And maybe there would be support on the council to at least set a timeline to agree on the shape of the table as was just described. Are we hiring a staff member? Are we going to do it ourselves? Are we going to contract it out? What is the model for the implementation of our vision and then the ongoing oversight of it? I really feel that deadlines will help here. And again, they should have broad disclaimers that if things change, we can always come back and revise that. But otherwise, I'm just afraid we're still in the same maybe this, maybe that kind of mode. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. A lot of good work has been done, and I'm sorry, Mr. Cole, would you?
Just a question. It's my impression from the report that we expect a final report by March of next year.
Right.
Is that?
Yes, the timeline for our consultants, we engaged them. Their engagement began in March of 24, and it's a 24-month engagement, so that would take us through March of 26. So we are anticipating bringing some final recommendations to the council in March of next year.
Yeah, I think that we all agree with Councilmember Madison's desire to move this forward. And again, as long as we incorporate into that, not just that in March we say, okay, now we've done the vision plan, now we start the specific plan without taking into account how it's going to be delivered when we're done.
That's right.
So I think that we should stick to the March deadline, as Mr. Madison has articulated, and as he said, if it turns out that it's April, there'll be some explanation, but I think we should expect that we would get the final report in March.
And, but, no question, that's the process, it's built into the process. But let's get it right. And so if staff needs more time, and that's why they're here before they complete that final report, to get our input. And that's why we were careful in the ad hoc committee to craft questions together with staff to elicit the input that would allow us to get to that final stage of a final report. And so I agree with you, Mr. Cole. Oh, Mr.
Mayor,
Madison?
could I just ask a clarifying question? Thank you. So I get that the consultant's contract presently runs out next March. Then the final report, Assistant City Manager Harvey Williams, it would be the consultant's report that you're referring to?
Those will be the final recommendations. And then at that point, we would be anticipating that council will make some just directional decisions at that point.
So I'm struggling with the final recommendation from staff. Staff would be making recommendations about how to accomplish each of the
Correct.
7 work streams that we have.
Correct. As we've laid this out, it's been an iterative process. So as we've collected more information from community meetings, from the advisory group, from our commissions, and from council, all of that information is being compiled and synthesized and will be in a final report with final recommendations for the city council then to make decisions. For example, we laid out a couple of land use options and we've named them either boulevards or terraces, and I'm cutting the names off, but those will be options that will be presented to the council to make a final decision. Do we want to go in this direction or that direction? So those are the things we're hoping to bring back in March.
And so, Mayor, I guess I would ask of you, is it your understanding that the ad hoc would vet this report from staff before it came to council?
That's a good question. That's I like the council's best thinking on that.
And I didn't mean cryptic. I think it would be an excellent idea.
Okay.
To proceed that way.
I'm not seeing anyone jump up and down and say no. And so speak now or forever hold your peace.
That's why we have an ad hoc.
That's why we have the ad hoc to work with staff to bring shape to the process.
And if I can just jump in, we do intend having a draft report that would be circulated. So whether it's through staff or the executive committee or ad hoc committee, and not just be arriving one day with a final recommendation. So we have, the next 3-4 months ahead of us to continue the dialogue and incorporate what you've said today and other thoughts that might arise.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if I could add, as you recall, it is a 24-month engagement broken up into 3 8-month thirds, if you will. And it was just as we were beginning the second third when the fires hit. And so that's had an impact on us. But we've been in our executive meeting where we meet every month and we talk about how do we keep on track. So we're doing our level best to get us there by the end of the 24-month period. But there may be a little bit of slippage. We're going to work as hard as we can, bring back. The comments today have been really helpful to us because we've been waiting for these kind of comments so we can start synthesizing it, putting it together. As Ms. Harvey Williams said, it will be an iterative process. By its nature, that's how it's going to be. We've listened, we've taken notes, we're going to try to synthesize and combine it, come back to you. We're going to propose, I guess, to you what we think we heard. At that point, you can say, no, you got it completely wrong, try again, or you can say, yeah, that's it, that makes sense, keep going forward. And we're going to have to keep going down that path until we get to the next stage. And, it is going to be a little bit of a longer process just by its nature. But, as we bring more clarity to the vision and we look at the finance models and we look at the very good questions about how are we going to manage it, all that's going to be synthesized and start coming faster and faster as we get your direction, and we appreciate all the comments you gave us tonight.
And I think it would be very helpful to have this discussion synthesized, separate and apart from the minutes, because the minutes are just capture, they're not as specific as maybe we would like them to be, and circulated among members of the council, because nothing precludes us, unless the city attorney tells me something precludes us, from, we all go home after a hearing or, a debate and say, oh, I should have said this. Oh, I forgot to make that point. And this is too important a project and we got to get it right. And so having a document that synthesizes this discussions and all of the points that have been made by every member of the council that we can review and that the public can review and, add to or say, no, that's a terrible idea, would be helpful, I think, for all of us as we reflect and move the project forward.
Yeah, and Mayor, if I could confess for my own part, at least sometimes we say, I shouldn't have said something that I did say. So it's an excellent point.
Yeah.
I want to renew my request, Mayor, at least if this council could commit that by the 4th anniversary of our fee title ownership of this property, we expect to act on staff's recommendation, which we expect following that March time period with some room there for necessary refinement. We'll be able to act on it. I think that would be very meaningful to the community, Mayor.
I think that's the goal in March, to have that done. And so I think setting milestones and aspirational goals is important. And so I would say that that's part of the direction to staff is give us your best thinking. If you need more time, ask for it. But understand that we would like to make decisions on all of these issues sooner rather than later. And if it's an aspirational goal that we can all rally around and say, by the 4th anniversary, let's do that, I'm happy with that. It's just, I don't want us to then arrive at that goal and rush to important decision-making because we set some sort of artificial timeline. That's all. But if it's an aspirational goal, absolutely, let's do it. And staff can tell us if more time is, and our consultants can tell us if more time is needed by that aspirational timeline to get it right. The important thing is we get it right. There are no redos in this project. Once we put it in place, it'll be in place for generations. And we will have set in motion that generational project. And I don't want us to repeat what happened at Plaza Pasadena, where we spent the next 50, we've spent 50 years post that project trying to undo the mistake of that project. And so, you know, let's not, this is too important a project, and we have to have a good process. I'm a firm believer that good process, good outcome. Bad process, bad outcome. And so that's really what we're saying here is let's have a process. Let's not have an artificial time deadline, but let's set an aspirational the timeline. And I think that's in the spirit of what Mr. Madison is requesting, and others are requesting as well.
Mayor, building on that, Mr. Parker had brought up the definition of success, and I think if the ad hoc committee could look at, I know that's a very vague term and people can define success how they want to, but I think the ad hoc committee looking at what would be the definition of success for this project within 15 years or 20 years.
Absolutely.
When we look back.
You know, I had that in my notes, one of these little notes, and for me, and I agree, we and our consultants and staff should help us think that through as well. For me, the definition of success is a project that we can be proud of and that will be here for, you know, the history of the city. A project that we do not spend, or future councils don't spend, you know, 20, 30, 40, 50 years trying to undo. That, for me, is the definition of success. But let's refine it, because I'm just one person. Mr. Hampton?
Just very brief, and no need to answer any of these questions tonight. First and foremost, the community meetings, could you share with the whole council how many community meetings there were, where they were located, how many people showed up to those community meetings? The other piece is, that has been brought up is this property will probably not be built out completely in my lifetime. And so I think it's really important and incumbent upon us to make sure that we have youth engagement. I just don't, I mean, you know, at this rate, as Councilmember Madison said, and look at the building across the street here, I mean, it could take a while. So not to
You're among the younger members of the council that we're going to be counting on.
I'm just saying. So I do
happen.
think that youth engagement is a key piece component. However we reach them, whether it be us going directly to the schools, independent schools, public schools, reaching them through social media, they need to be reached, because this is going to be a project and a property that they will be able to, I mean, they're going to inherit this, right? And in this community, in the city, we talk about buildings, et cetera, it's really the people that make this place amazing. And if we have connections with those young people at a young age, they're going to stay in this community. And so I think that's really important for me. And then the other piece is, and no need to go into it tonight because you said that the report is going to be coming back, but the restorative justice piece is another piece to, and people always say to right the wrongs. I don't think you could ever right a wrong, but I think it's addressing the wrongs that this community, or not this community, but this previous council made, as well as the state of California. So those are the two pieces, the three pieces I would like information back on.
A series of previous councils, and together with the state of California and the federal government. So your points are very well taken. Okay, I think that brings us, unless.
I have an item for the end of the meeting, so.
Okay. Let me first thank Brenda Harvey Williams for her stewardship of this process. Like I said, good process, good outcome. I feel good. And also,
We also thank Assistant City Manager Matthew Hawksworth, General Manager Water and Power David Reyes, who just left, and the team, and of course our Senior Project Manager Wendy Macias, who's every day working on this. And thanks to the whole team, Joaquin. I mean, everybody in this room has really been a part of it.
I just really, on behalf of residents of Pasadena, past, present, and future, I want to thank you for your work, and our consultants, Mr. Cole and staff, and residents. Could we have been better and quicker? Absolutely. But, I think we got to a good place, given what we've been handling as a city involving the fires and everything else. I'd also like to thank Danny and the working group, everyone. I think we all should be proud of the work that's been done to date and prepare ourselves for the next phase because there's a lot more work to be done. So thank you, everyone, Mr. Granis and Tony and everyone in this room and who isn't in this room who's participated. Thank you. And now Mr. Hampton, very quickly, Mr. Hampton, 30 seconds or less.
Very, very quick. It should take less than 30 seconds or less. For the past couple of months now, we've asked about an ethical investment policy for the full council. And so tonight, I am going to request that this be agendized within 30 days. And I'd like to make a motion to make sure that this is on the agenda within 30 days.
My apologies.
And I don't think
Mr.
we need a large space to have this discussion. I think it could happen right here in this council. But a policy about it, it doesn't have to reflect anything that the public speakers, but the public speakers bring up a great point that we shouldn't be investing in companies.
My apologies. I said I was gonna reach out to you and everything's just got.
No, but I don't need to be reached out to anymore. We just need 30, within 30 days.
I think we need to.
So I make a motion to have it within 30 days. Okay. If I get a second, I get a second. If I don't, then I don't. But it's still a motion to be.
Can we take action?
Yes, we can. To put something on the agenda.
Mayor, as chair of legislative policy, I may regret saying this, but I'd be happy to take that to leg policy so that we can spend some time getting best practices, looking at other exemplars, and then bring it forward to the full council by the end of the year, if that's agreeable.
I agree with that then, since you accepted it. Thank you.
Ledge policy, yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Madison.
Thank you very much. Thank you both.
And so now I ask us to rise in adjournment of our.
Did you want to report out recent trip or no? That was the note for me. On your conference that you attended?
Why don't we, do you want to do that at the next meeting?
Reporting out, but I can do it very quickly. Went to the League of California Cities 2 weeks ago in Long Beach.
As my designee.
It was a good conference. There were no resolutions, so no voting among the delegates. Did spend a lot of time on the vendor floor talking about sort of new stuff happening, including a lot of AI. And it was productive.
Good.
Made a lot of good contacts for our city.
And
I was happy to be there.
And I thank you for being there in my stead and representing the city well. Okay, now we rise in memory of a good friend, a educator, a longtime Pasadena resident who contributed greatly, not just to this city, but to education and the betterment of opportunities for all kids and educators to be successful in contributing members of our community, and that's Dr. Diane Filibosian. Pasadena rises, Dr. Filibosian, in your memory today. Rises and thanks you.